Yes, Mr. Malloy.
Accused number 2 is not yet here, as well as the language practitioner.
Is it?
Just request that we wait for a few minutes.
Okay, fine. Yes, sir.
In the meantime, thank you.
Yeah, fine. Whilst we are still waiting, the colleagues here, have you read about the late Duma Nokwe?
I'm sorry, Malad.
Have you read about Duma Nokwe, the late Duma Nokwe?
Yes, Malad.
What have you read about him?
Well, firstly, he was counsel during those unfortunate years, who worked alongside other luminaries to defend the people who were charged under the security legislation. And I think he died in exile, and his remains were returned fairly recently to South Africa.
Yeah.
And it's got chambers named after him in Joburg.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Mr. Swanze, what do you know about Duma Nokwe?
That he was cancelled and he was some of the MPs or soldiers.
No, but what's important, he was the first black admitted advocate in South Africa. Guys like Pinky Laseme in 1912, for instance, he was the first black attorney to be admitted. And Duma was the first to be admitted in the 60s. But what was said about Duma Nokwe, he was refused chambers even by a liberal bar like the Johannesburg Bar Association. He couldn't hire chambers because of the Group Areas Act. And he couldn't work as a counsel because they couldn't give him a permit to work as such. But they tolerated him in the sense that Bezos, for instance, and Beranje. Have you heard about Beranje?
No, Malad.
You must read about Beranje. He was the first, maybe the first liberal council to represent the ANC. The Bezoses and the Charles Casson, they come after him. So this gentleman, Duma, had to use the library, squat in the library. And at 4 o'clock, he had to get out of the library. When we came along, I mean, P.J. Mandela, Tambo, they came after. P.J. Mandela came before him as attorneys. And there was a guy called Kutumela, who in my view was also a good advocate, but he also was hounded out of South Africa. But what's said about Duma Nokwe, there was, at the Joburg court there was an iron plaque or statuette in commemoration of him. But us black people, we don't know about these things. We don't even think about it. They removed that thing. Have you seen it? It was in front of the High Court in Joburg.
Not about the removal of his statues. No, I haven't heard about it.
Yeah, if you listen to, yeah, fine. If you listen to some of our guys, the new advocates, the Silks, they will tell you this constitution, I am a ponu. You know, Duma Nokwe, Albi Sex, Oliver Tambo, and there was also an advocate called Zola Squaye, who was a brother of the Squaye who died recently as a judge of the High Court, the Constitutional Court. So this constitution was drafted by those guys in Lusaka. But ignorant guys will tell you, those things here, a constitution in a Codesa. They had a constitution which they submitted to the non-aligned movement, which was at the time led by Nehru, who was the Prime Minister of India. And there was also Castro in Cuba. They endorsed that constitution, which the ANC presented at Codesa. It's not like the ANC went to Codesa without a draft constitution. And it was also endorsed by the United Nations after they had declared apartheid a crime against humanity. And that constitution was also endorsed by the Organization of African Unity. So what happened in Codesa, it was an amendment of here and there about that constitution. That's why the preamble of that constitution starts with a recitation of the Freedom Charter. But if you listen to, in my view, people who are ignorant, they will tell you, I say constitution is the constitution mapun. It's ever a mapun. That's just an aside. So he played a major role in the drafting of that constitution, of the present constitution. Okay, all of around.
Thanks for that free lesson in legal history.
When we started, there were two entrances to the courts. One was for whites, like here. It demarcated the court into two. Whites on this side, blacks on that side. Even black practitioners couldn't use the main entrance, which was reserved for whites. And black practitioners were reserved a well, a position in the well, like we are sitting, to sit there alone. They were not allowed to mix with the whites. If you read about the case of State versus Piche, you must have read it.
Yes, ma'am.
1955. He was an article clerk then, and he defied the magistrate who told him, you can't sit on the white side. And they convicted him because then there was no constitution like we have, which is based, the conduct of the attorneys were not governed by a constitution like Section 35, for instance. So when Peter died, this was one of the greatest things he did, was to bring an application to review and set aside the conviction of Peter. And the other application Bezos brought about was the reinstatement of Nelson Mandela. You know, he was struck of the roll, Mandela, for his political beliefs. Did you know that?
Well, yeah, I suppose after the conviction in court,
Yeah, right.
that followed. Yeah.
Okay. That's a bit of history. Okay, can we start?
I think everyone is here now, my lord.
Okay, yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Mnisi. You're still under oath, sir?
Yes, my lord.
As it is the court, my lord. Thank you for yesterday's indulgence, my lord. Before I proceed, I think I need to address that point. Yes, because I said I'll come back to it.
Yeah.
Now, I've gone through the record. It is indeed so that there are portions where Constable Zungu mentions him being in a meeting with Lieutenant
Shabani.
At some point, Buthelezi is also there. At some point, Warrant Officer Makubo is also there. He, however, I searched and searched. I couldn't find exactly the location where those meetings took place. He was saying that when he was led in examination in chief. Unfortunately, that information relating to the venues where those meetings were taking place were not elicited. He also repeated the same version under cross-examination by my colleague, Mr. Ramusipili. I couldn't find a point where he mentions that at some point when he was amongst the people that I've mentioned, he also came across accused number one.
No, you didn't read it well. Zungu pertinently mentions that he attended a meeting where Shabani was present.
Yes.
Is that David Sibiya?
Yes, General Sibiya. Makubo
and
Buthelezi and Shabani.
And
yes.
There was one or two other guys.
Yes.
And that meeting took place at the offices of the Shabani. It was the Shabani, right? At Kloof. Mr. Baloi, is that correct, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. One can see that from page 57.
Yeah, that's what I read.
57, 58.
Yeah, that's when Makubo came with a version that Zungu is a liar because he, Makubo, is the person who arrested accused number
Number
5.
5, yes.
Yeah, but that meeting took place there at Kloof, okay?
Klorkop.
Kloorkop, sorry.
Yes.
Hmm.
So in any event, my lord, we don't intend to make a meal out of that.
Okay, fine.
But another point that came out yesterday, it was with regard to Mr. Lishabane. I think the court indicated that it's the duty of the defense to call him.
No,
I don't
no.
know whether it's a Mr. or a what.
No, I didn't say that. I said Mr. Mgumezulu says he intends calling him.
As it
And
is
when
a-
you're supposed to call him in the trial, within a trial,
Yes.
Mr. Mgumezulu thereafter decided he's no longer calling him. You don't remember that, Mr. Ramosekiti?
What transpired, my lord, is that indeed on that day, General Shabani was present in court.
Yeah.
However, it then emerged that he's on the list of state witnesses.
Right, yeah.
And because the state's case is not yet closed,
Right.
he couldn't call him, my lord.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, fine.
But nonetheless, my lord, the state pertinently indicated that they would be calling him.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
That is when Zungu was testifying and he was referring to the conversation that he had with Lishabane. The state requested that that information be provisionally received because they will definitely be calling Mr. Lishabane.
Yes.
Thank you, madam.
Okay, fine, let's continue. Is that correct, Mr. Baloi?
Maybe two issues. The first one regarding the fact that Zungu never mentioned that they met at Kloorkop. If one looks at page 55
Yeah.
of the record, clearly at lines 20, it says, the same year, 2019, I received a call from General Shaban who asked me to meet him at his cluster office in Kloorkop.
Yeah, fine.
And regarding the issue as to whether the state is going to call General Shabani, initially we indicated, my lord, that he's on the list of state witnesses,
Okay.
but at a later stage we made it clear that we are not going to call him, and we
Yeah.
intimated that we are making him available to the defense.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Minister, let's proceed then.
As it please the court, my lord. Otherwise, that is, it's not a big point. Thank you, my lord. Now, Brigadier, thank you, and good morning to you.
Good morning to you, Minister.
Thanks. Now, you made mention of the fact that, remember yesterday I said when you spoke about the presentation that you made to the office of the DPP, it would have been something that would have happened in the boardroom, you guys sitting around the table and you making an exposition of the investigation, and then you said, no, it was in the form of a memorandum, not so.
Babingelela ke fakazi bathi khumbula khona njalo izolo ngesikhathi kade ummeli akhuluma ngodaba noma ngesikhathi bekakubuza ngodaba lwepresentation ukuthi ngabe mhlambi ke kade nihlele kanjani ukuthi umhlangano wehlezi mhlambi kutafula kade nihlezi khona ke lapho ke bese wena kwabatshela malana nalokho kade unakho ke bese wathi wena cha kade kungasinjalo ke lapho ke kade wena ubhalile uhlelo balibizwa ukuthi memorandum.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Now, thank you, Brigadier. Now, what was the factual, what were the facts that you presented in that memorandum on which you requested the state to make their decision on?
As a court, please, my lord. We don't mean to interfere with my colleague's cross-examination, but yesterday at length he canvassed this issue, which in our view, it's irrelevant. And secondly, my lord, what happened when Brigadier Gininda briefed the office of the DPP, it's irrelevant. It's a collateral issue, my lord, that we submit, in our view, should not be canvassed during these proceedings. It's like what happens during consultation, you know, it remains there, my lord. It shouldn't be brought into the courtroom.
That is misinformed, my lord. Remember that briefing or that memorandum is the basis why this trial is happening. So there's nothing secret about it. It could have formed the basis why these accused persons were ultimately arrested and charged with the offenses that they were charged with today. So there's nothing irrelevant on that. Yes. We are entitled as a defense, and more particularly these accused persons are entitled to know what were the facts upon which the state decided to indict them to come and stand trial before this court. What is wrong with that? They are entitled to.
Yeah,
Unless there's something which is being hidden.
Dr. Zibana has just reminded me, my lord, that the late Mr. Mgomezulu made Brigadier Gininda to read through his affidavit on which the application for a warrant of arrest was based. So the information is already before court, my lord.
My lord, I'm not talking affidavit here. I'm talking the factual basis upon which the state decided to arraign these accused persons to come and appear here. I don't know what was contained in that memorandum. All that I want to get from this witness, who is the lead investigator on this court, what is it that, what were the facts that he laid before the state on which he requested the state to make a decision on, which later on then the state indeed took a decision to arraign these people, this accused person, to come and appear here before court. There's nothing untoward.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Manje ke kade bebuza ke umelweni bomnumzana ukuthi kahle kahle ngabe malana nodaba lomhlangano lethimba labashushisi futhi nethimba laba labaseshi becala ukuthi kade kuyini le amaphuzu wabo kade badigida ke lapho ke kulomhlangano wabo kade benawo noma yini amaphuzu kade bekhuluma ngawo ke ngesikhathi kade benomhlangano.
Before you start, Brigadier, I'm going to request you to take it point by point, because I'll also be taking notes here. I'll be very wary if I were to hear you saying something very long, which I will end up being confused and coming back to you. What is it that you are saying there? Just take it point by point up until then you say, no, yeah, I'm done. Do you understand, sir?
Bacela ke kufakaza ukuthi uma ngaba akhuluma ke anciphisa inkulumo yakhe ke ashuphuze loqala ke bese anikeze ummeli isikhathi sokuthi abhale phansi ngoba akafuni ukuthi ummeli ufakaza akhuluma inkulumo eningi noma udaba olude bese akhohle ukuthi bekakhulume ini ufakaza bese futhi abuye futhi ambuze ukuthi konje kade bothizeni qala.
I do understand, my lord, but obviously the difficulty I may have, I will try to summarize because I don't have the memorandum with me, and that was done in 2020. But I do have a recollection of what it contains. So insofar as what it contains, I will go slowly so that Advocate Miniti can write and take notes. But,
yes.
But it will be a summary of what I recall, and I'll refer to those points, my lord.
Athi akasakhumbuli kahle kahle ukuthi umhlangano lo kade uqukethe ini noma amaphuzu omhlangano kade bequkethe ini kona ke noma kade kuyini amaphuzu kade ekhona ke ngaphakathi kwememorandum yakhe kepha ke lapho ke uzamthi anciphise malana nenkulumo leke ngoba lokho kwenzeka esikhathini seminyaka eminingi edluleke ngomnyaka ka2020.
Now my recollection, my lord, is that in the memorandum you first indicate the background of the case, what transpired. For example, now you'll refer to the incident that took place on the 26th of October. So it's a summary of what happened in the case. You summarize those facts. And that's what I did.
Athi koqala ke lapho kwenza ke isikhangiso ke secala leli lonkana ukuthi ngabe kahle hle yini eyenzeka malana icala leli. Futhi ngabe icala lilenzeka ngaliphi ke ilanga bese wakhumela ngala nge26 zenka zaka October ngomnyaka ka2014.
And then you indicate as to where the investigation led me to, and specifically led me to accuse 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my lord, before court.
Bese lapho ke yabhala ukuthi usesha kuqala ngesikhathi bophenya icala waqala kuphi ke lapho ke futhi maqeda lapho ke bese wahamba waya kumsolo oqala umsolo wesibili umsolo wesithathu wesine futhi nowesihlanu nokuthi yini yamkhokhela kuthizeni athole abasola.
I will then, under accused number 1, my lord, indicate the evidence that we have collected at that stage that was contained in the docket. That will talk to confession statements that were made by witnesses that we had at the time, under accused number 1.
Futhi athi ngaphansi komsola wokuqala ke lapho ke kunodaba lweyitatimende ke zofakazi kade beyitholile. Futhi nodaba lama confessions melana naye ngoqondile noma ngokukhethekile.
Just a second. Thank you.
The same exercise, my lord, will be embarked upon when it comes to accused number 2, 3, 4, and 5. So under each and every accused name, I will indicate the evidence that was collected under that accused that we have that connects that accused to the case. So the same principle was applied with accused 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In other words, we'll have accused 1, evidence that connects him to the case, under him accused 2, right up to accused number 5, my lord.
Athi lapho kade benofakazi ke obukhethekile noma ufakazi lowo ufakazi kade bobaxhumanisa ke nomsola wokuqala. Futhi uhlelo lwabo balenza kubo bonkana ke abasola ngesikhathi kade benofakazi kade benabo ke lapho ke.
I'm sorry, Brigadier, those are not facts. I'm going to request the court that if needs be, you go get your memorandum that you submitted to the DPP and then it be made available to us and then we work on it. Because now I don't know what evidence are you saying you had in respect of accused number 1. I don't know what evidence you're saying you had in respect of number 2. But then you're saying that is then the process that I also embarked upon. I want facts, which you presented to the state.
Athi lapho akazwisisi kahle ke mnumzana njengofakazi ukuthi ngabe kahle yini le kade unayo ke malana noma amaphuzu ofakazi kade unawo ke malana nomsola oqala futhi nomsola wesibili uma ngaba uthweke na ninake nenza ke uhlelo olufanayo ncamashi noma uhlelo olulodwa ngesikhathi kade nebathwesa amacala noma ngesikhathi kade niphenya icala.
My lord, issues such as the memorandum or the summary of the case by the investigating officer are filed in the B section of the docket and are privileged. They've got nothing to do with the information that is contained in the A section of the docket. We submit, therefore, my lord, that the defense is not entitled to, not that there's anything to hide in the memorandum. It's just the issue of legal principle. They are not entitled to information or documents that are filed in the B section of the docket. But secondly, and more importantly, counsel says he wants facts. The facts have been presented before court by way of affidavits. We submit that it is therefore unfair to expect of this witness now to regurgitate facts that have already been presented before court.
As it please the court, madam, I think probably it eludes the state's attention or mind that I'm doing cross-examination on behalf of accused number 1. I am his new counsel. I don't know what facts were presented here on record, which is the reason why that witness is there, to assist me, to assist the court. But again, I emphasize, my lord, there is nothing privileged where an investigating officer prepares a memorandum and says to the prosecutor, on the basis of this memorandum, can you please make a decision on whether you want to prosecute or you don't want to prosecute this accused person? What is privileged about that?
You know what? Have you read, is it section 279 or 179? Which makes Batohi.
It's 179.
Batohi decide whether to pursue a prosecution or not.
Yes.
So this witness can help us because that evidence played itself in court here, which evidence was read to, it was Johnson. Who was the guy then? The guy they used to call Sean the Sheepman. What's his name?
Sean Abrams.
Is that the one who decided?
No, it is the current NDPP.
Oh, Batohi.
Yes.
Yeah, fine. So Batohi goes over that evidence, and the decision is his, not this gentleman.
No, my lord, maybe
and it's just
thank
listen to
you.
me. And it's a misnomer to say the state doesn't have privileged information. What this witness discusses with Batohi is privileged. The same thing as what you discuss with your witness is privileged. And that is the law.
My lord, I am saying the basis, the facts that he submits to the DPP or to the NPA and requests them to make a decision on, we are entitled to know that. And that is exactly what I'm requesting this week. And my lord, let us for a moment assume that that is privileged. He said he submitted, he made the presentation to the NPA and requested NPA to make a decision on. He did this, in this instance, he did that in the form of a memorandum. I'm simply requesting him to tell me the facts that he presented to the NPA, which facts have got to do with these accused persons that are before court here. They are entitled to know what is it that Gininda told the NPA about us, which ultimately the NPA then decided that we should be arraigned for trial here.
Okay, let's hear you.
I mean, I don't want to waste time. Let's hear Gininda.
Maybe just one aspect, if I may be so presumptuous as just to mention that, to respond to one aspect. Counsel says he wants to know the facts on which the decision to charge the accused was based. That decision was based on facts contained in the dockets. And he has been furnished with copies of the statements, copies of the docket on which the information to charge the accused was premised. Nothing more, nothing less, my lord. He already sits with the information. I cannot fathom why he would want a summary that an investigating officer makes for himself and for the purpose of briefing the DPP, that he should have sight of that when he's sitting with the statements on which the decision to charge the accused was based.
Yeah, okay.
As it pleases the court, my lord. It is so that we have a docket, but there is nothing wrong in me, while serving that docket, to request this witness to give that factual basis or to give the facts on which he approached the NPA. This is cross-examination. The state cannot simply assume.
You know what, I'm going to overrule you. I just read 179. Just read what 179.
Then I'm not going to proceed.
Yeah.
Just read 179.
Well, the heading says prosecuting authority, section 179, subsection 1.
Yes.
There is a single national prosecuting authority in the Republic, structured in terms of an act of parliament and consisting of a national director of public prosecutions who is the head of the prosecuting authority and is appointed by the president as head of the national executive, and B, directors of public prosecutions and prosecutors as determined by an act of parliament, subsection 2. The prosecuting authority has the power to institute criminal proceedings on behalf of the state and to carry out any necessary functions incidental to instituting criminal proceedings. I think that's what the court has just referred to. Subsection 3, national legislation must ensure that the Director of Public Prosecutions, subsection A, are appropriately qualified, B, are responsible for prosecutions in specific jurisdictions, subject to subsection 5, then subsection 4, national legislation must ensure that the prosecuting authority exercises its functions without fear, favor, or prejudice. Subsection 5, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, A, must determine with the concurrence of the cabinet member responsible for the administration of justice and after consulting the directors of public prosecutions, prosecution policy which must be observed in the prosecution process. B, must issue policy directives which must be observed in the prosecution process. C, may intervene in the prosecution process when policy directives are not complied with. And D, must review a decision to prosecute or not to prosecute after consulting the relevant director of public prosecutions and after taking representations within a period specified in the National Director of Public Prosecutions from the following: Roman figure 1, the accused person; Roman figure 2, the complainant; Roman figure 3, any other person or party whom the National Director considers to be relevant. Subsection 6, the cabinet member responsible for the administration of justice must exercise final responsibility over the prosecuting authority. And lastly, subsection 7, all other matters concerning the prosecuting authority must be determined by national legislation. That is the sum total of section 179.
You can answer that if you think you can. But what the law says, there has got to be litis constantatio before a person can be charged in a court of law. In other words, the accused himself must plead. And when he pleads not guilty, then that is the commencement of the case. And if the accused or his counselors believe that these charges are frivolous or they are brought for a malevolent reason, then he brings an application to court for the judge to decide whether in fact there is evidence, prima facie evidence upon which a person may be charged. So even Batohi doesn't just read. He inspects the docket, he goes to the law because this is what guides him. And only after that does he charge a person. And the law specifically says a director of prosecutions may not charge a person if there is no sufficient compelling reason. Okay, you can answer Mr. Nisi, if you are able to. That's what the law says.
May I just assist the court, my lord?
No, you don't assist me, please. I've told you what the law is. Don't assist me.
No, I'm not.
If I'm wrong, take me on appeal, take me on review, fine. But I'm saying this witness, you can cross-examine him on that very aspect.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Thank you, Brigadier. I said I'm requesting the facts that you presented to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, on which you are requesting them to make a decision on these accused persons. Thank you. You say, in respect of accused number 1, you had evidence of a confession, you had evidence of a pointing out, you took statements from witnesses, and what else?
Bengacela ukuthi azike lapho lapho kade bekhuluma malana nezomthetho ke ngesikhathi malana nenkulumo kaMmelweni le bayiqhamukisileke bese umnumzana advocate Balo bese wafunda ke malana nesigaba lesi somthetho esahambisana nalo daba lo kade inkosi enkantolo idikida ke futhi noMmelweni ke lapho ke bese inkosi enkantolo athi kulungile ummeli angaqhubeka abuze ke lo mbuzo ke lana ke uyamvumela ke uMmelweni ke manje ecela ukuthi ufakazi ke aphendule ke malana nodaba lo kade noma malana amaphuzu la kade anawo ke amaphuzu lawo ke lapho na ke amlekelele ekuthizeni bakhona begcina kuthwesa ke umsoro oqala ke icala lapho ke bese wakhuluma ngodaba lo confession udaba lama statement ofakazi futhi udaba lokuthi kade ikhonjiwe yena ke lapho.
My Lord, so with greatest respect, previously, even on the trial, within trial, and subsequently on the trial, when I was busy, particularly under cross-examination, I dealt with the evidence that connects all the accused. And that is found because I was referred to various statements, but the statement which contains the facts, the evidence that I have on each of the accused, I was made to read it in court, and it summarizes all the evidence, and that is A198. That is the application for the warrant of arrest of accused dated the 23rd of October 2020. Under each accused, the facts, as Advocate Mnisi says, it needs the facts of what evidence did I have. That is a summary of it, although I was directing it to the courts, but it was emanating from the docket, not from me, and it is the facts that I presented to the DPP. Now, if I have to be specific as to point by point what is contained, it means I must go through this statement. I've dealt with it.
Go through it again.
Athi ke lapho ke bayadaba lolu ke uMmelweni ke banomzana ke buza ngalo ke malana nodaba lamaphuzu lawo kade unake anawo futhi wamikise kuthimba la lehlangothi lezabashushisi ekuthizeni abashushisi abakhulu bese bathatha ke isinqumo ke lapho ke sokuthi yebo asibathwese icala lesigameko lesi kade misolwa ukuthi nisenzile ke lapho ke udaba lolu wakhuluma ngalo ke la enkantolo ngesikhathi icala ngihlelwe phansi likhulunywa le enkantolo noma beliqala enkantolo futhi wabuya ukukhuluma ngalo lo daba lolu ke ngesikhathi kade bembuza ke imibuzo ngaphakathi ngesikhathi kade kunomzila ngaphakathi komzila noma ngesikhathi kade kukhona nokompikiswana kade khona ke la ngaphambi kwenkantolo ke athi khumbule khona njalo lana ke udaba lolu lukhona ke futhi lokuzana ama-facts lawo ke noma amaphuzu lawo ke bawabhalile lana ke ngaphakathi kwe-docket ke lapho ke futhi umbhalo wakhona ke noma bawumakhe ngokuthi u-A198 futhi ilanga lakhona ke kade kuyi-23 zenyanga ka-October ngomnyaka ka-2020 ke lapho ke athuma ngabe inkosi enkantolo yamvumela ke uyothi afunde ke lapho ke ukuthi ngabe yini iqokethiwe ngaphakathi kwe-statement leso sesamaphuzu.
Okay, my Lord, it reads as follows. I, the undersigned, Bongani Gininda, state under oath as follows. I'm employed as a police officer in terms of Section 30 of the South African Police Service Act 68 of 1995. I perform my duties under the same Act. I'm currently stationed at the National Commissioner's Office as the commander of the Cold Case Investigation Unit at the National Commissioner's Office with the rank of a colonel. And then it mentions the service number as well as my cell phone number, my Lord. Paragraph 2 reads as follows. I'm the lead investigating officer of Phosphorus case 636 of 10/2014, which is a case of murder where one Senzo Meyiwa was shot and killed on the 26th of October 2014 between 2030 and 2100 hours. The deceased was shot at the house belonging to then his girlfriend, namely Kelu Kumalo. It initially appeared that it was a robbery gone wrong. Witness statements under oath indicated that two black males entered the house demanding cell phones and money, purporting to be a house robbery. 7 adults and 1 child were present in the house when the accused entered. The witness stated that one of the accused was carrying a firearm purporting to be a revolver. This accused was described as a black male with big eyes, dreadlocks, wearing a khaki or brown jacket or top and a hat. He was shorter in height than the second accused. The second suspect was described as taller, slender, neatly shaven, and dark in complexion. It is stated under oath that during the robbery in the said house, a struggle ensued between Senzo Meyiwa, the deceased, and the suspect carrying the firearm. 2 shots were fired by the suspect. One of the gunshots hit the deceased Senzo Meyiwa on close range on his chest and exited at the back of his body. The second accused focused on the rest of the witnesses. In the process, one cellular phone belonging to Ms. Kelly Kumalo was robbed by the suspect during the committal of the offense. It is also stated under oath that suspicious suspects were wearing it is also stated that suspicious suspects wearing specific clothing, amongst others a hoodie, were standing hidden away only few meters from the crime scene prior to the incident taking place, and on their cell phones. It is stated that the suspect fled on foot. The suspects fled on foot, and the hat which was worn by the shooter was left on the crime scene. It is equally stated that the suspect hidden away, which is explained to be linked to the offense, was seen running away from the crime scene. Identikits were compiled through witnesses of these suspects. The victim was rushed to the hospital by the witnesses who were in the house. However, he was declared dead on arrival at the hospital. The incident took place between 20:30 and 2100 hours. The deceased was declared dead on arrival at the hospital on 21:15. Paragraph 3. Investigation revealed that the cell phone which was robbed was picked up through a cell phone towers until the signal was lost, covering the area of phosphorus area. The said cell phone was never recovered to date or even switched on again. The evidence explained hereunder will indicate that the planning of the offense and gathering after incident took place at Phosphorus Hostel. Investigations which resulted in evidence under oath revealed that the victim was murdered as a contractual assassination or hit rather than the robbery or robbery gone wrong. Evidence under oath revealed that 5 suspects actively participated in the planning and execution of the contractual murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Thank you, hold it there.
Please, let him finish. You asked a question, let him finish.
But my lord, I'm busy taking note as well.
Yeah, but he must say what he said in that affidavit.
But then when I'm going to take
You've got a
notes,
copy, Mr. Smith. You don't have a copy of that affidavit.
I don't have it before me.
Okay, I'll adjourn. Please make a copy for Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
Okay. Please.
No, I cannot do my cross-examination the way
Yes, Mr. Valui, have you made copies for Mr. Mnisi?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we may proceed then.
We also printed the relevant portion of the record.
Yeah, okay, fine. You may proceed reading that document.
Yes, my lord. So it says the suspect are as follows. 3.1, Mzika Ukulelwa Stemba Sibiya. He was first linked to this offense by means of witness statements under oath. The accused boasted to individuals closely associated with him in KZN homelands as to his involvement together with Mafika here under suspect 2, Carlos here under suspect 3, Mapisa here under suspect 4, and Kani here under suspect 5 into the killing of the deceased. A dispute ensued between these individuals, and the closely associated individual disclosed to the SAPS the admissions the accused made to them. The accused was further linked with circumstantial evidence wherein he, minutes after the incident took place, made disclosures. The incident made disclosures and remarks at a family gathering he attended in Fostoras as to the killing of Senzo, even before the death was reported to the media. He is further linked by means of a formal confession he made to the commissioned independent police officer on the 30th of May 2020. The suspect further made a formal pointing out to the sequence prior to the incident, the guarding of the outside of the house during the assassination, and the dropping off of the accused at the cell phone tower referred to here above. The pointing out was made to another commissioned officer on the 6th of June 2020. The correct date, my lord, should be the 5th. That's when the pointing out was done. I just want to correct this, but I say it says the 6th. 3.2, Bongani Sontanzi, nickname Mafika. He is linked to this offense by means of certified sworn statement he made to the witnesses and an identity kit compiled through the description of witnesses. He was identified as the person with a hoodie who initially stood outside of the house prior to the incident and running away after the incident. The involvement of this suspect was mentioned by suspect 1 here in above as equally involved in the killing of the deceased to the family of suspect 1. The suspect was traced through information received, and he was confronted with the above evidence available against him. He was, amongst others, confronted with the clothes he was alleged to have worn and compiled identity kit. During the questioning and subsequent search of the premises were ammunition found for which no license was produced. The suspect was arrested for this offense. Hereafter, the suspect indicated his eagerness to confess as to the involvement in this matter. The suspect made a confession to a commissioned officer on the 19th of June 2020 and later made a further confession in the presence of his attorney to a magistrate in Boksburg Magistrate Court on the 24th of June 2020. Through the confession, does it appear that this suspect is the suspect that was described as tall, slender-built, which came into the house. 3.3, Ntobisi Prince, nickname Carlos. He is linked by means of a sworn certified statement in the docket referred to herein above. The involvement of this accused was equally explained in detail in the confession by suspect 2 above. Through investigation of this information contained in the confession, further evidence under oath was obtained as to the suspect's real name depicted above. It was established that the suspect was a sentenced prisoner serving 35 years in prison for murder committed in 2015. Ballistic tests revealed that the same firearm used in the murder for which the accused was serving his sentence were used in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. Upon the accused's arrest in 2015, upon the accused's arrest for the 2015 convicted murder, a cell phone was seized in his possession. The cell phone downloadings of his phone were done. The photos found on his cell phone memory showed him wearing the same clothing that were identified by witnesses on the day of the incident, as to the accused carrying the revolver upon entering the house. Photos downloads taken of the accused by himself, selfies, match the description of the suspect, who had the firearm with red locks, big eyes, and with the gold teeth. This is the suspect that went into the house, made a demand of cell phone and money. He is also the same suspect that shot the deceased in this matter during the struggle with him. Photos were equally found of the murder weapon used in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa. 3.4. Mthokoziseni Ziphozonke Mapisa, also known as Mapisa. The suspect is linked to this offense by means of certified sworn statement referred to herein above. He is further linked by means of confession he made to a private person, open bracket, a close friend, close bracket, about his involvement in this matter. The confession came about in that this suspect requested this private person to establish the reasons why suspect Mafika was arrested. The information disclosed was that the suspect Mafika was not only arrested for ammunition but also for the Meyiwa murder. Upon the private person return disclosing this information to suspect Mapisa, did Mapisa instruct the private person to return to and inform suspect Mafika not to disclose his, that is now Mapisa, his involvement, as he, Mafika, will be assassinated. It was during this discussion that the suspect Mapisa confessed to the private person his involvement in the matter. Investigation revealed that the role of this suspect was to guard any unexpected people who may come in or outside the house. He was also armed with a small firearm. 3.5. Sifogu Nkani Ntuli, also known as Nkani. The suspect is linked by means of a sworn statement by witnesses referred to above. He is linked to a car that was used as a getaway vehicle, which is a silver VW Polo. Evidence also revealed that he drove the car with the suspect to the crime scene and back to Phosphorus Hostel after the incident. His role was to remain and guard the vehicle, guard the getaway car during the commission of the offense. The confession of Mafika, insofar as the usage of the vehicle refers to, is supported by independent witnesses confirming that this accused was seen driving the said vehicle prior to and after the committal of the murder in the company of the referred suspects above. The above suspects are also known to be hitmen for taxi wars. The said suspects were traced and found on different locations and occasions where they were warned according to their constitutional rights in terms of Section 35, Act 108 of 1996 by me, and questioned for this incident. Some of the suspects made confession to independent commissioned police officers as well as magistrates as indicated above. Others made confession as they were showing off to private persons who were well known to them after the incident, but on different occasions as well. Paragraph 4. Evidence by means of sworn, corroborating, and independent witness statement establishes a causal link between the offenders and the offense of murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, possession of unlicensed firearm, and the unlawful possession of ammunition. The Director of Public Prosecutions, Gauteng Division, on a directive of the National Director of Public Prosecutions, instructed, after careful consideration of the presented evidence, that the above 5 suspects in paragraph 3 must be arraigned for murder, robbery, and with aggravating circumstances, as well as possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition. The instructions are attached with this statement as BNG1. I hereby apply for the warrant of arrest for the following suspect as indicated, suspects on above indicated charges on this paragraph. Then the name of accused 1 up to 5 is mentioned, my lord. And then paragraph 5 is really an oath where I then place my signature. And then this statement was then commissioned on the 23rd of October 2020 at 100 hours by Sergeant Mohula. Then the BNG1 that I refer to, my lord, it's a document from the National Prosecution Services, Director of Public Prosecution, Gauteng Division, Pretoria. That's what it says. And there's a reference number 10/1/12/1-P243/2019, and the date is 21 October 2020. Then it says Senior Prosecutor, Private Bag, Box Bag 1460. The State versus M. Sibia and others, Phosphorus Case 636 of 10/2014. Then it reads as follows. The Director of Public Prosecutions remarks as follows. 1. In terms of Section 75 of Act 51 of 1977, I have decided to arraign the accused Muziga Ukulela Stemba Sibia at Muzindo, Bongani Sandison Tanzi at Mafiga, Mtobisi Prince Mncube at Carlos, Mthokoziseni Mapisa, Sifokuhle Nkani Ntuli Sifiso at Nkani, in the High Court on the following charges. 1.1 Murder, read with provisions of Section 51, open bracket 1, close bracket, Act 105 of 1997. 1.2 Robbery with aggravating circumstances as set defined in Section 1, Act 1 of 1977, read with Section 51 of 1, Act 105 of 1997. 1.3 Contravention of Section 3, Act 60 of 2000, open bracket, possession of firearm. 1.4 Contravention of Section 90, Act 60 of 2000, and that is possession of ammunition. Paragraph 2, you must request the magistrate to refer the accused for trial in the High Court on the said charges. 3. The magistrate must be requested to obtain the following information from the accused and to record it. 3.1 Whether they will arrange for their defense or whether they want legal aid defense. 3.2 Whether they want the state to subpoena any witnesses on their behalf. If so, the names and addresses of such witnesses must be furnished. Paragraph 4 If the accused are to be released on bail or have been released, the magistrate must be requested to include the condition referred to in Section 52, subsection D of Act 51 of 1977, and to enclose the record accordingly, and to endorse the record accordingly. 5. The following document is prescribed by Section 144, subsection 3 of Act 51 of 1977 in terms of Section 144, subsection 1A and 2 of Act 51 of 1977 will follow. Notice of trial, indictment of accused, summary of substantial facts, list of witnesses. The magistrate must be requested to endorse the service of the above paper, the service of the above papers on the record of the proceedings. See Section 144, subsection D of Act 51 of 1977. The National Director of Public Prosecution has transferred the case to this office jurisdictional area as per the attached letter. then it's a signature, my lord, of from the DPP, and that's the end of the statement, my lord.
Yeah, just for my knowledge. When this matter started,
Yes, my lord.
it was at Boksburg, you say.
That is correct, my lord.
Any of the accused, did they bring an application to quash the charges because these charges don't contain any due process regarding whether they have in fact contravened the law?
I'm not aware, my lord. of
No
the
application for quashing?
No, I'm not aware of such, my lord.
Okay, fine. Yes, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Brigadier Gininda. You would recall, I'm sorry, the interpreter needs to interpret that to the accused.
Lana ke incwadi ke kade ihlangothi le ufakazi bekakhuluma ngathi khona kade bebhalele ke ihlangothi labeshushisi ke khona kanjalo ke uyasho ukuthi yena ke ubaba ke noma umnumzana uBongani Nicholas Gininda uyena obhalile ngaphansi kwesifungo futhi ebhala isebenzisa kolimi lesingisi ke lapho ke uyasho ukuthi yena ke lapho kusebenza ngaphansi kweziphoyisa noma usebenzele isiqashiwe esiphoyiseni ke lapho ke ngaphansi komthetho ke lapho section 30 kwala iNingizimu Afrika ngaphansi kweziphoyisa ke lapho ke Act 68 of 1995 uyasho khona ukuthi yena ke wenza kumsebenzi wakhe lona obhaliwe khona ngaphansi kwesifungo lesi futhi uyasho ukuthi khona ukuthi usebenza ngaphansi kwamovisi wama commissioner ke lapho ke futhi nake uyena ku commander welicala leli noma uyena kumseshi omkhulu kunothi icala leli noma uyena kumholi wabaseshi welicala leli futhi ngesikhathi leza bekade bhala lokhu ke kade esebenza ngaphansi kwesifungo sokuthi nake ku kernel lapho ke futhi inombolo zakhe uyibhalile inombolo zokusebenza kwakhe khona nalapha ke futhi inombolo zocingo lakhe zikhona khona ngalana ke lapho ku paragraph 2 yasho khona njalo ukuthi yena ke uyena ke umholi ke wethimba labaseshi ke ngaphansi kwecala leli lase Phosphorus case 636/10/2024 la khona ke yasho khona njalo ukuthi yena ke la kade research ke noma kade phenya ke icala lokubulawa komuntu ohamba abambiza ngegama lokuthi ke uSenzo Meyiwa owadutshula bese wabulawa noma washona ke ngelanga la nge26 yenyanga kaOctober ngomnyaka ka2014 phakathi kwesikhathi saka 8:30 ntambama kuze kushaya ihora la ka9 ebusuku ke futhi ashokwenza ukuthi umufi khona lapho ke wadutshulwa ngesikhathi kade kungena ngesikhathi noma wadutshulwa ngaphakathi komuzi wentombi yakhe kade beyibiza ngegama la kaKheli Khumalo noma igama lentombi yakhe kade uKheli Khumalo uyasho khona ukuthi ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu ke lapho ke kwatshengakala ngokuthi kade abantu bezobamba ke inkunzi kepha kubamba inkunzi kwabo ke bese kwangahambi kahle ke lapho ke futhi aqhubeka uyasho khona ukuthi yena kubhalile lokho ngaphansi kwesifungo ebhala lokhu mayelana nodaba noma udaba olubhaliwe lapho ukuthi kwangena ke abalisa ababili kulomuzi loyana ke ngesikhathi kungena abalisa ababili ke lapho ke bese bafuna kabo makhala ekhukhwini futhi nemali ke ngesikhathi kade bengena ngaphakathi komuzi bebamba ke inkunzi lapho ke futhi ngaphakathi kwalomuzi kade khona ke abantu abosikhombisa abadala ke futhi nengane encane kade khona ke lapho ke ngesikhathi abasolwa bengena ngaphakathi loyana ke futhi asho ukuthi abofakazi babhalile lapho ke ukuthi abasolwa bangena khona lapho ke bephethe ibhamu ngesikhathi kade besenza lokho futhi bephethe isibhamu esihamba abasibiza ngokuthi revolver ke igama laso ke futhi lapho ke umsolwa ke kade bemkhuluma noma bemchaze ngendlela ukuthi kade kuwesilisa oneba kade kumuntu omnyama wesilisa futhi onamehlo amakhulu ke lapho ke futhi kade anama dreads ke bagqoke ke ikhakhi noma ilukozana islamba noma ijacket elibrown ke yena futhi ngalanga senhla bagqoke nje isigqoko lakhe ekhanda futhi ngobude bakhe kade amfushane kunanona ke umsola wesibili bekahamba naye bese bathi ke umsola wesibili lo bekahamba nalowo uqala uma bona bemchaza indlela bemchaza ngayo ukuthi kade kuumuntu omude futhi onomzimba onciphile lapho ke benake bekade engenazo ke indevu ke nake futhi ngokumbala kade enombala omnyama ke nake futhi uyasho khona ukuthi lokhu kubhaliwe ngaphansi kwesifungo ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu ke kulomuzi lona elikhulumile ngawo ke ukuthi lokhu kwaqhamuka noma kwenzeka ngesikhathi kade beqambulisana ke lapho ke phakathi kade khona qambulisana phakathi kwaSenzo Meyiwa futhi okuyena ke umufi kulecala leli ke futhi nalabalisa noma nomlisa lokade aphethe isibhamu lapho ke kulaba ababili kade bengenile bese lekumlisa lo wadubula amahlandlo amabili ke lapho ke edubula khona ngaphakathi kulomuzi loyana ke uyasho ukuthi khona kanjalo ke bese ngesikhathi kudutshulwa ke inhlamvu yokuqala kade bedubula eduze no Senzo Meyiwa bese yamshala esifubeni ke nake ngesikhathi imshaya esifubeni la ngaphambili bese yaphumela ke nake ngemuva la emahlombe akhe ke omzimba basho khona ukuthi ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu ke umsola wesibili yena ke badaqinize ebheke abofakazi kade bekhona lapho ngaphakathi kweleli khaya futhi bekavela iphethe umakhala ekhukhwini lo umakhala ekhukhwini kade kumakhala ekhukhwini ka Miske umama uKheli Khumalo lapho ke ngesikhathi kade bebamba inkunzi lapho ke kulomuzi lo yena ke ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lobugebengu noma yebo ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka ubugebengu lobo ke lapho ke futhi waqhubeka washo khona nje ukubhalile ngaphansi kwesifungo ukuthi besona abantu laba ukuthi kade gqoke ingubo ezinjani ke ngesikhathi kade benginile lapho ke bagqoke ke hoodie bona ke futhi omunye bekame ngaphandle eqhelele kancane kunendawo yesigameko ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka ngaphandle ukuthi kwenzeke lokhu ke futhi bese wathola ke lapho ke ngesikhathi bazama ukuthola ke ucingo lwakhona ke lapho ke basho khona ukuthi abantu laba balile ngaphansi kwesifungo ukuthi bese baphuma ke bebahamba ngenyawo ngesikhathi bephuma ngenyawo begijima lapho bese kwasala ke isigqoko sabo sasalo muntu kade adubulile khona lapho ke le ndawo yesigameko mayiqhubeka ke futhi ihamba ibheka phambili yasho khona njalo ukuthi lokho kubhaliwe ukuthi abasolwa ke ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu ke kade abanye ke labo kade behambisana nabo kade beyifihlile ekuthizeni abangabikho duze nale ndawo leyana ke bese bona bathatha ke amakhithi ke noma ucwaningo lwamakhithi ngesikhathi lwabafakazi ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu oqhamuka kubasolwa labo kade bengena lapho ke bese ke bathi ke umuntu walimala kubamthatha bamgijimisela ke esibhedlela ngesikhathi bemthatha kulomuzi lo yana ke ngesikhathi bamgijimisela esibhedlela kepha ke ngesikhathi befika ngesibhedlela bese babatshela ukuthi sekashonile ke ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu kwenzeka phakathi kwa 8:30 ntambama kuze futhi kushaya ihora la ka9 ebusuku khona ke njalo ke futhi ngesikhathi kade befika esibhedlela phakathi ngemizuzu ke e15 ke ngemuva kwehora la ka9 kulabo abatshela khona ukuthi umufi sekashonile futhi maqhubeka ebisenza usesha kwecala labo bayasho khona ukuthi lokhu kuyajengekala ukuthi khona ke ucingo lolu abalithatha lapho ke bahamba nalo ke lona ke lwaqhamuka uma bebheka ke ama cellphone towers noma lokhu kokusebenza kwama cellphone lokhu okuveza ama cellphones ukuthi noma omakhalekhukhwini ukuthi bakuphi ke nendawo kade bevela ngaphansi kwe hostel lapho ke Fosloras futhi yasho khona ukuthi ucingo lolo ke bona abakaze balithole kuze kufice kuze kube isikhathi samanje ke noma abakaze baphinde babuye balayiteke futhi ucingo lolo kade belithathile lapho ke futhi yasho ukuthi ufakazi obukhona ngala kubhaliwe futhi kujengakala ke ukuthi ngendlela kade kusenzeka khona lokho kade kuhlelile lokhu ke futhi ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka babathola ke Fosloras lokho ke lolo lwazi lolo ke bathi ngesikhathi baphenya ke bathola ke ukuthi ufakazi babo ke noma ufakazi babutholile ke malana nabantu kade bekhona ngesikhathi senzeka udlame lolo noma ngesikhathi kade kubulawa ke khona komufi lapho ke kade basho khona ukuthi lokhu noma abantu laba kade bephethe ibhamu futhi bashaya ke lobugebengu babo njengokuthi kade beshaya bebamba inkunzi kepha kubamba inkunzi kwabo akaze kuhambe kahle ke lapho ke futhi basho ukuthi banofakazi malana nabasola bo bahlanuke lapho futhi ufakazi khona babhalile futhi wachaza kahle ngenzansi ke ukuthi lokhu kade bebulala khona ke lapho kuSenzo Meyiwa futhi yaqhubeka yasho khona ukuthi amagama wabasolwa ke la alandelayo 3.1 lapho ke basho khona ukuthi lapho ke muzika ukhulelwa Sithembe Sibiya ke bathi yena ke oqala lapho kuxhumaniswana lecala leli futhi kunofakazi ubhaliwe noma istatement ezibhaliwe ngaphansi kwesifungo la bayasho khona nje ukuthi umsolo wakhe nake uqhamuka futhi nabanye futhi aqhelene nabo ke noma seduze nabo ke baqhamuka endaweni eyodwa nesigodi ngaphansi kwesigodi sisodwa lapho kwindawo yaseKZN futhi yena kade wambiza ngegama lika Mafika ke noma uxhumane noMafika lapho ke noma kade hamba noMafika yebo bekahamba noMafika lapho ke ukumsola wesibili kulecala leli uMafika bambiza ukuthi uCarlos lapho ke futhi yasho kwenza ukuthi owesithathu bambiza ukuthi uMaphisa ke lapho ke futhi owesine kumsolwa bambiza ukuthi uNkani ke lapho futhi wesihlanu kumsolwa ke lapho ke naye ukhona ngalana ke futhi kulokubulala lokhu ke kukamufi lapho ke futhi washo ukuthi lokho akuphikisiwe ngesikhathi noma akukho ukuphikiwe ukuthi ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu ke balana nalabantu bodwa noma bonkana labakhe ngesikhathi kade ithimba leziphoyisa lithola ke ulwazi lonke futhi noma lokhu kade bekutholile ke lapho ke futhi yasho konje ukuthi uma iqhubeka khona njalo sokhona lapho ke ukuthi abantu abawaxhumanisa ngofakazi okhethekile noma ufakazi okade ubutholakele lapho ke obuqhamuka kulomuntu abantu kade bekhona ke futhi lapho noma kulemindeni noma kulomhlangano womndeni kade ukhona ke lapho Fosloras ngesikhathi ekhuluma ke esithena ke uyazi ukuthi ke uSenzo sekashonile ngaphandle ukuthi ke lezo ndaba lezo ke zithole ke intatheli bese batshele ke intatheli bese intatheli zitshela ke umphakathi lapho ku media house noma kuintatheli noma kumibukiso noma mhlambi kumsakazo ke lapho ke uyasho khona njalo ukuthi lapho kokubhalile lokhu ke kubhala ngaphansi wana wakhuluma futhi obekhuluma ngaphansi kwe-confession le ayenza ke futhi komuntu kwiphoyisa eliyimele ngelanga lange-30 zakaMeyi ngomnyaka 2020 futhi uyasho kwenza ukuthi umsola ke lapho ke wahamba futhi bese wakhomba ke lezi zinto ngendlela ke ezenzeka ngayo ke ngesikhathi kade bemphelekeza bemgadile ngala ngesikhathi lapho kulomuzi loyana ke futhi ngesikhathi befika lapho ke bese wakhuluma futhi nocingo ngodaba ukuthi kwenzekani ke ngalo ke lapho ke bese yaqhubeka futhi ashuthi nawakhomba konke lokho ungekade ekhomba ngaphansi koCommissioner wezesiphoyisa ngelanga lange-5 zinyanga kaJune ngomnyaka ka-2020 bese lapha ku-3.2 wabhalile mayelana noBongani Sandiso Ntanzi ke onegama abambiza ngalo-ke lokuthi umafika ke igama lakhe-ke bathi yena kuyaxhumana nalo daba lolu ngembangela ukuthi kade khona noma ngenhloso ukuthi kade khona ke i-statement ekade zithathiwe zibhaliwe ke lapho-ke abofakazi-ke lapho-ke futhi nale kit kade bethathiwe begcwalisile besebenzisa cwaningo layo kumalana nodaba labafakazi noma lodaba lofakazi ke lapho ke ngeli yasho khona ukuthi lo muntu bambhalile khona lapho ke ukuthi uyena kade agqoke ke ihudi lapho ke futhi kade ame ngaphambi ukuthi angene ngaphakathi kulomuzi noma ngaphambi ukuthi kwenzeke isigameko ngaphakathi kulamuzi bese ngemuva kwalokho bese bagijima ke bonkana bahamba ke lapho ke futhi yasho ukuthi ke isikhangiso sidalile lapho ke umsola obhaliwe lapho kade aphelekeza umsola uqala ke lapho ke obhaliwe la kule nkulumo noma incwadi ke lapho ke ngesikhathi umsola kade bengena ngaphakathi libulala ke khona njalo ke lapho kumsola uqala futhi yasho khona njalo ukuthi abasolwa ke lapho ke babathola mayelana nolwazi kade belitholile ke lapho ke noma ulwazi kade eqhamukile kubona ke njengethimba ukuthi bagcine bemithola ke uyasho ukuthi mayelana nakho konke wena ke kade umunye walabanye kade belandiwe lapho ke mayelana noma kade bachazile mayelana nenguni empahla zengubo noma nengubo zabo kade begqokile ke lapho ke ngesilanga leli lalo dlame noma ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka ubugebengu lobuke uyasho ngesikhathi kade bekuphenya bekubuza ke imibuzo lapho ke noma ngesikhathi kade besesha ke lapho ke kulabathola khona ke ama-bullet la kade ungenawo kona ke ngisho ulicense noma amaphepha kade akunika ke ilungelo ukuthi waphathe ke kwena ke futhi basho khona ukuthi umsola bese waboshwa ke emuva kwalokho ke bese basho khona njalo ukuthi umsola ngesikhathi kade etshala kade kusenzeka lokho ke yena ke washo ukuthi yena kunomdlandlo noma uyimisile thizeni kenza i-confession lapho malana nalo daba lolu ke futhi mayiqhubeka ihamba khona njalo ke yasho ukuthi umsola wakhe ngesikhathi kusenzeka lolu ke yena ke wakhuluma nephoyisa leke limele ngelanga lange-19 zakaJune ngomnyaka 2020 bese ngemuva kwalokho ke wenza ke confession ngesikhathi esenzeka lokho ke kade kwenza phambi kommeli futhi kade esenza lokho ke phambi kommeli kwinkantolo encane lapho ke Bosberg Magistrate Court ngelanga lange-24 zakaJune ngomnyaka ka-2020 futhi mangabe iqhubeka ihamba phambili yasho khona njalo ukuthi ngemuva kwale confession yakhe bese waqhamuka ke umsolo wakhe watshela ke malana nodaba lakho yena uyena kade akhona ke emude lapho futhi nomzimba omncane owangena ngaphakathi kulomuzi ke lapho ke malana nodaba la ka-3.2 malana nodaba la ka-3.3 khona ke lapho ke kubhaliwe khona ke malana Mthobisi Prince Mncube ke onegama noma obizwa ngegama laka Carlos ejwayelekile ke uyasho khona ukuthi yena ke bamxhumanisa bamxhumanisa lapho ke club gebengu lobu malana ne-statement ezikhona ke ngaphakathi kwedocket lapho ke futhi yasho ukuthi isikhangiso nakhe wasidlala lapho ke ukuthi kade ehambisana nalabanye futhi ephelekeza laba ke ngesikhathi ke umsola wesibili ke noma kubhaliwe ngaphansi kukamsola wesibili ke futhi uyasho khona njalo malana nencwadi leli ukuthi ngesikhathi esenza kusesha kwakhe kucala leli ke ulawathola khona ke ulwazi ukuthi khona ke confession exhumanisa confession kade yenziwe ngaphansi kwesifungo ke exhumanisa yena ke umsola lapho ohamba ngaleli gama ebalibizile ngaphezulu ke futhi ngesikhathi kusenza ke udlame lolu ke umsola kade egotshiwe ke ejele futhi engaphansi kwesigwebo sakhe seminyaka ke eyishumi saka 35 years ejele icala lokubulala ke alenza ngomnyaka ka-2015 futhi malana nodaba lama-ballistic test lapho ke akhipha khona njalo ukuthi isibhamu lesi esetshenzisiwe ke lapho ke kulokubulala kwakhe yisona futhi isibhamu malana icala lakhe leli kade agotshelwe lona ke yisona sibhamu futhi wabuya wasebenzisa ke noma isabuye sasetshenziswa ngesikhathi kubulawa uSenzo Meyiwa futhi ngesikhathi kusenzeka lokhu ke basho khona njalo ukuthi umsolwa kade yena ke seliba agotshiwe ke futhi nocingo lolu lwakhe besele balithatha ke kuyena bese bathubula ke izithombe eziqhamuka kulocingo lolu lwakhe ke umsolwa lapho ke futhi ngesikhathi wade bethubula ke izithombe izithombe kokucula ucingo lwakhe loloke kwaqhamuka ke izithombe zakhe ke lapho kade agqoke ke ingubo ezifanayo vele nalezi kade abofakazi kade bekhona ngaphakathi kulamuzi bakhuluma ngazo basho khona ukuthi kade khona ke izithombe lezo ke lapho izithombe abayithwebula kulocingo lwakhe noma izithombe kade bezithwebule kulomakhalekhukhwini wakhe ke izithombe line kade ayithatha namathupha usithi ayu-selfie ke ngelimi lesingisi ke lelo ke futhi ziyahambisana nenkulumo le bakhulume akade bekhulumile ngayo ke ngale futhi wathi uyena ke wangena ephethe isibhamu lapho futhi kade nama threats futhi amehlo wakhe kade kuhamehlo amakhulu futhi kade yanezinyo legolide ke yena ke bathi ke umsola khona njalo lapho yena ke wangena bathi ke umsola wangena ke ngaphakathi kulomuzi ngesikhathi bangena ngaphakathi kulomuzi bese wafuna ke nakhe ucingo lapho ke futhi emuva uthi afuna ucingo lapho noma abomakhalekhukhwini bese wabe futhi wafuna ke imali basho khona njalo ukuthi umsola lapho ke bese wadubula ke lapho ke dubula ke kumufi ke ngesikhathi kade khona ungazwana mhlawumbe ngabone ngasonye phakathi kwabo ke lapho ke futhi ithombe lezo ke bayitholile futhi ithombe bayithola zale ndawo yesehlo ke lapho ke futhi nesikhala esetshenziswa lapho kubulaleni ke kwaSenzo Meyiwa malana no 3.4 kubhaliwe lapho ukuthi umthuko babhale malana nomthokoziseni zipho zonke maphisa obamazi ngegama lakhe amaphisa uyasho kwenza ukuthi umsola naye futhi yaqhumana nawo nalokho konke malana nodaba lama statement ke akhona ke ngaphansi kohlelo ngaphansi kohlelo ama affidavit noma ngaphansi kohlelo ukuthi sele bafatha isifungo abantu bakhona ukuthi bazokhuluma ke lo daba lolu ke uyasho mayiqhubeka enkumene yasho khona ukuthi yena komsola kade ayimisele ethizeni ke enze iconfession ngaphambi komuntu oyimele futhi wakhuluma nje kumngani wakhe okhethekile lapho noma kumngani wakhe oseduze ke malana nesikhangiso sakhe noma nendlela aseduze ngayo kulecala leli futhi ngesikhathi ngakhuluma ke nalomngani wakhe okhethekile ke lapho ke umsola wakhe noma nalomuntu oyimele lapho ke kula ukhuluma khona ke buza ukuthi ngabe yini sizathu sokuthi umafika aboshwe ke lapho ke bese ulwazi bese babuya bamtshela ukuthi umafisa uboshwe lapho ke eboshele ukuthi bamthola enobhontshisi ushama bullet ke lapho ke kade benga futhi ataboshele icala la kaMeyiwa lapho lokushona kaMeyiwa futhi ngesikhathi ethola etshela lokhu malana nalo muntu ukuthi ayimele lapho ke bese komaphisa ke washo khona njalo bese watshela lo muntu oyimele ukuthi akahambe futhi ahambe kumafika uma fika kumafika atshela umafika ukuthi angakhulumi ngegama lakhe ke umaphisa ekutizeni nake ngabe unesandla kulokhu ke kokushona komuntu noma kubulaleni komuntu ke lapho ke futhi ngesikhathi kade bekhulumisana ke lapho ke uyasho khona njalo ukuthi umaphisa ke yena ke wabuya watshela lo muntu wakhe oyimele noma lo mngane wakhe okhethekile malana nesikhangiso sakhe noma malana nendlela kade nesandla ngayo kulokhu futhi washo ukuthi ukusesha kwecala labo lapho ke nake wakhuluma ukuthi isikhangiso wasibhalile lapho ke ukuthi kade ukuthi bekaqaphile lapho eqapheke imoto le kade imeduze nalomuzi lo yana ke ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu ke futhi yena kuyasho ukuthi kuyena kade aphethe isibhamu nje esinane ke lapho ke malana nephuzu la ka 3.5 3.5 babhalile khona ke lapho malana nosifo kuhle Nkani Ntuli owaziwa ngegama la kaNkani bayasho khona njalo ukuthi ke nake umsola bamxhumanisa nalokho melana nodaba lweinstatement kade luthathiwe ke lapho ke futhi basho khona ukuthi yena ke kade eqeqeshela ke noma uyena ke kade emxhumanisa ke nemoto imoto abagijima ngayo ke ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka iqeqetho kwenzeka udlame lolu ke futhi imoto le kade kuyi-VW Polo ke lapho ke melana nofakazi kade bebutholile bayasho khona njalo ukuthi nake lapho ke uyena kade ashayela ke imoto ngesikhathi lesi igebengu noma mhlamba abasolwa ke besiya kule ndawo yabo yogebengu ke lapho ke futhi ngesikhathi bebasiya bekade beya khona ke futhi ngesikhathi besuka khona ke behamba bebuyela ke eForce Lora Square hostel la khona ke ngemuva kwesigameko lesi futhi yena ke lapho wahlala ahlezi emotweni eqaphe imoto egade imoto ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lobugebengu lobuke futhi yaqhubeka khona njalo yasho ukuthi ke nake i-confession kamafika ke lapho ke yona ke besebenzisile futhi ekhulumile malana nodaba lo ke kade bebatshelile noma waltshela umuntu ke lapho ke oyimele ngesikhathi basenza ke confession lena ukuthi ke ngabe bahamba ngani ngesikhathi kade besiya lapho ke nanoma bahamba ngani ngemuva ukuthi bebulale umufi lapho ke noma kusebenzisa ke imoto yiphike lapho ke uma futhi iqhubeke siyaphambili yasho khona ukuthi bonkana abasola lawa wabhaliwe khona lapho ke kade bebasebenzisa ke noma kade besaziwa ke njengeinkabi zalapha ke kwimboni yamatekisi uma ngabe kade kunempi phakathi kwamatekisi futhi yaqhubeka yasho khona njalo manje ngabe siyaphambili ithi bona ke abasola bese bona bazama benza ke indlela yokuthi babathole ke ngemuva ukuthi babathole kwindawo ezahlukene futhi ngezikhathi ezahlukene ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokho ke bona ke babhala lapho ke ngapha uma beqeda bathola ke bese babuye babatshela ke malana namalungelo abo ezomthetho awela ngaphansi kwa section 35 act 108 of 1996 bese athi ufakazi uyena ke wanifundela konke lokho ke malana nodaba lwezomthetho yenu uma ngabe seniboshwa khona lapho ke futhi yasho khona njalo jena ke abanye futhi kwabasola ke lapho babuya ke bakhuluma benza kodwa uhlelo le confession noma babuya benza ama confession ngaphansi komuntu ke oyimela lapho kwezesiphoyisa ke ngesikhathi futhi abanye ke babuya benza lokho ngaphambi kwabomantshi basenkantolo ke lapho futhi la ibhaliwe ngaphezulwini kule ncwadi lena ke futhi yasho khona ukuthi abanye futhi benza ama confession ngesikhathi kade senza lokho ke kubantu ke abayimele ke futhi bakhuluma ngodaba lwabo ukuthi bona ke lapho ke ngabe banesandla kanjani kule cala leli uyasho khona njalo ngabe iqhubeka nenkulumo yakhe khona ke incwadi lapho ke ibhaliwe zeyifungo la ezibhalwe ngaphansi kwesifungo ke ngabantu abayimele ke lapho futhi nabofakazi nje abakhethekile abasho khona ukuthi yona ke ngabe ngiqhumana kanjani ke kule cala leli kade lenzile lapho ke lokushona noma iqala ukubulala futhi iqala kubamba inkunzi ngoba kade ngixhobile kunina noma kade ngiphetheke ikhali kunina futhi nokutholakala necala lokuthatha ngiphetheke ibhamu ekho semthethweni futhi nobhontshise noma amabullet angekho semthethweni ke lapho ke ngoba ngenawo incwadi kade ngigunya enika ke imvume noma ilungelo ukuthi niphathelwa lapho lezo ncwadi ke lezo ke futhi yasho ukuthi lapho the director of the prosecution futhi abashushisa abakhulu ke lapho ke balana ke eGoli ke noma balana eGauteng basho khona njalo futhi nalapha ke national prosecution yasho khona ukuthi yena ke kumele iqaphe kakhulu mayelana neqala leli kade benithosa lona ke nonkana nenabasola nofuthi nobahlanu ke lapho ke laba bhalwe lapho paragraph 3 kuthizeni ke niboshwe lokubulala ukubamba inkunzi ngokuthi ade niphetheke ikhali kinina futhi ade niphethe lapho ke ibhamu futhi lapho ke namabullet ngesikhathi kade kusenzeka lokhu ke futhi mangabe iqhubeka khona lapho ke yasho njalo ukuthi yena ke wacela incwadi emlethela noma incwadi emnikeza ilungelo ukuthi zine anibambeke noma anibopheke lapho ke nonkana abasola babhaliwe 4.1 lapho ke umuzi kawukhulelwa esithembe sibiya igama bambiza ngalo ke umuzi bese kwesibili 4.2 Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi igama bambiza ngalo ke lapho ke umafika bese okwesithathu ke lapho umthobisi Prince Ncube igama abambiza ngalo noma igama abajwayele ukuthi bambize ngalo ke lapho uCarlos futhi ke lapho ke umsola ke lapho kumthokoziseni zipho zonke maphisa noma abajwayele ukubiza ngegama laka amaphisa ke bese osihlanu ke lapho ke usifo kuhle nkani Ntuli ojwayele ukuthi bambize ngegama laka Ntuli ke bese ngenzansi kwalokho lapha paragraph number 5 kula khona kwathatha khona ke isifungo ke lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi yenze khona lokhu ke bese uyabuya ke washo khona njalo ke mara nodaba lolu lwencwadi kade futhi ayibhalile noma incwadi abayithola noma incwadi kade bembhale yona eqhamuka lapho kubashushisi abakhulu noma kuhhovisi labashushisi nje lonkana liphela lana ke lithize director of the prosecution Gauteng division bese yathi Pretoria idolobha la khona ke lapho ke bese lapho ke yabhala futhi ngenzansi ukuthi lapho ke reference number bese babhala ukuthi lapho ke u10/2/12/3 bese ibhala ke inombolo lapho ithi dash bese ithi P 243/2019 bese lapho ithi senior prosecutor umshushisi omkhulu ke lapho ke private bag X21 Boxback 1460 bese yasho kumalana iqala lezombuso ke futhi nabasola laba abalandelayo ke lapho ke uM Sibiya futhi nabanye kade hamba nabo ke ngaphansi kwecala lase Procedural case 636/10/2024 iyasho khona njalo uma ngabe ifunda ke lapho ke fundeka ngalendlela ke ehamba ngalendlela iyasho ukuthi i-director noma mhlawumbe umshushisi ophethe umshushisi omkhulu wabhala lapho ke ngaphansi komthetho ngaphansi kwesigaba somthetho usection 75 act 51 of 1987 washo ukuthi sakathatha isinqumo sokuthi ke abasola bonkana kumele bababopheke umsola uqala lapho ke kade ku muzi kawukhulelwa sithembe sibiya ke bambiza ngegama laka muzi bese owesibili ke lapho ke kade ku ubongani Sandiso Ntanzi obambiza igama laka mafika ke lapho ke bese omunye kade kumthobisi Prince Ncube ke bambiza ngegama lika Carlos bese omunye kade kulapho ke umthokoziseni zipho zonke emaphisa kade bambiza ngegama lika maphisa bese ke umsola wesihlanu ke lapho kade ku usifo kuhle nkani Ntuli kade bambiza ngegama laka sifo lapho nomgama laka nkani ke lapho ke yaso lapho ke bese bathi ke kumele ukuthi babathwesa amacala ngaphambi kwenkantolo ephakeme icala lokuqala ke lapho ke bathi icala lokubulala eliwela ngaphansi komthetho lapho ke usection 51 subsection 1 act 105 5 of 1997. Bese icala lesibili lapho kubamba ke inkunzi ngokuthi kade liphethe ke ikhali kinina ngesikhathi kade nibamba inkunzi lapho ke elibhaliwe lapho ke ngaphansi komthetho ka section 1 Act 51 of 1997 futhi lihambisana neminye ke imithetho ka 51 section 51 subsection 1 bese wathi Act 105 of 1997 bese ke lapho bathi futhi icala linye kumele ukuthi banithwese lona ke lapho noma wakati banibophele lona ke lapho ke icala elihambisana nokungayiphathi kahle malana nomthetho ka section 3 Act 60 of 2000 shuthi natholakala lapho ke niphethe ke ibhamu ke kini bese elinye ke icala futhi kumele ukuthi banithwese ngalo ke lapho ke ukungahambisani nomthetho ka section 90 Act 60 of 2000 ukuthi nitholakala ke kini niphethe ke obhontshisi noma ke amabullet ke lapho ke bese ngenzansi basho ukuthi khona ke umuntu osayindile lapho ke isignature lomuntu ke ayibonakala kahle ngendlela ke eqondile.
Thank you, Mr. Matsanga. Now, thank you, Brigadier. This information is very vital.
Bayabonga ke fakazi bathi futhi ulwazi olukhulu futhi olubalekile.
Thank you. You will understand that the stage at which we are now, you are presenting information to the NPA or to the DPP, requesting him to make a decision. Is this what you presented at that moment, at the stage at which we are now?
Bathi lesikhathi sikusona ke manje kulakade wona ke ulethe ulwazi lwakho noma kade umikise ulwazi lakho kade unalo ke lapho kuma office wabashushisa abakhulu ke ekuthize mathathi isinqumo malana nolwazi kade uliphethe noma mayena icala leli kade uliphenye.
So it's partly correct, my lord, but not correct in the sense of saying information. You don't present information to the NPA when you want a decision. The memorandum gets presented with the docket. So you don't write a document and then just tell them this is what I have in the absence of the docket. You summarize the docket, the witnesses that are there, then the memorandum together with the docket. In this instance, in the team, there were 3 prosecutors as I indicated. That docket, the memorandum gets presented to them. What I got back after the feedback of them reading the docket then would have been the BNG one. That is a communication to say they've decided to indict the following individuals. But it goes with the docket. So it's not just an information, it's the docket that they applied their mind on and all the evidence that we've collected.
Athi ngiyacisha ngihambisana ke ngithi yebo ngikuvumela kepha ke ukhumule khona njalo mangabe uya lapha kuma office wabashushisa abakhulu ke lapho ke umikisa memorandum. Mawumikisa memorandum kumele uyimikise lapho ke ihambisana ne docket bese ubatshela malana nolwazi olukhona ke lapho ke asukuthi ubatshela malana nolwazi lolu onalo ke lapho ke kepha ubatshela ngememorandum bese memorandum ekhona ke ihambisa lapho ke ihambisana ne docket futhi athi ngesikhathi bekafika lapho kuma office wabashushisa abakhulu ke lapho ke kade athole ke thimba labashushisa abathathu lapho ke bese wabatshela malana nalokho anakho ke lapho ke kuyena ke futhi bona bese bafaka ke imicabango yabo ke kuloko kade anakho ke lapho ke bese wayibiza ukuthi lelo hlelo ke likhona ababhalile phansi ke ngokuthi uBNG1.
And lastly, my lord, I can say with greatest respect, I've dealt with this statement and the issues of the advocate, and I was subjected to cross-examination about certain things contained in some of the amendments that I've made in the accused, including Advocate Nisi, took me up on certain things that I've said insofar as this accused. So it's not the first time that I'm dealing with this statement in particular.
Athi futhi uma ngabe angaphinda futhi akhulume malana nalo daba lolu esulidikida kumanje ke athi akusoqala ke ukukhuluma malana nalo daba lolu lale statement lesi ngoba ukhumule manje ukuthi khona ke isikhathi la kodwa abameli kade bemphenya ngoba kade bembuza ke imibuzo malana naloko oqukethiwe kule statement lesi ke noma malana naloko okubhalwe kule statement uze wathi futhi usho umnumzana umnesi naye wambuza malana nalo daba lolu.
That's my response, my lord.
Athi una ngazelo yakhe ke leyo.
The fact that you had already dealt with this issue, Brigadier Gininda, and me having cross-examined you on this issue on behalf of accused number 3, what does that got to do with the fact that I am now supposed to cross-examine you on behalf of accused number 1.
Athi-ke nanoma kade akubuzile ke imibuzo mayelana nalo daba lo statement lesi akade akubuza mayelana nomsola wesithathu manje ngabe lokuxhumana ka kuphi noma kuhlangana ka uphike mayelana nomsola woqala uma ngabe ekubuza ke imibuzo mayelana nodaba lokamsola woqala.
My Lord, I'm just bringing to the court's attention that we've dealt with this statement and Advocate Mnisi cross-examined me with it. I didn't say I have an exception or have an issue for him to re-examine me on it again. I'm just bringing to the attention of the court that we dealt with it and particularly with him on the very same statement.
Athi-ke lapho ke kade akhanda ukuthi ayilethele ngaphambi kokusenkantolo ekuthizeni kodaba lo balikhuluma la ngaphambi kwenkantolo ke lapho ke futhi akasho ukuthi icabanga mhlawumbe umnumzana Mnisi ubuya umnumzana uyobuya futhi ambuze ke mana nodaba lolu ke lapho ke embuza mina nodaba la kamsola uqala kepha kuyasho ukuthi yena ke lolu daba lolu balidikita balikhuluma bala ngaphambi kwenkantolo.
Now, when you bring that to the attention of the, what is it that you are expecting the court to do as your expectation?
Bathi uma ngabe ukuthi udaba lolu uletha ngaphambi kwenkantolo ngabe ulindele ukuthi inkosi enkantolo yenze yini malana nodaba lolu khuluma ngabe.
As a court, please, my lord, counsel put the proposition to the witness that what is just read out is of vital importance. Now the witness is saying this information is already on record. It's not as if it's something new. There's nothing wrong with it, my lord.
Well, I don't know whether that's an objection or what, but the question is, you're saying you're bringing this to the attention of the court that you've already dealt with this matter, and I'm saying to you, I'm now conducting a cross-examination on behalf of accused number 1, who had not had the privilege of somebody cross-examining you on your evidence in chief. Now I'm asking you, bringing that to the attention of the court, what is it that you are expecting the court to do with what you're bringing it to him?
Athi-ke manje ukhumbule khona nje manje sakubuza mayana nodaba la kamsola uqala kepha ngesikhathi tona kade ukhulumile ngalo daba le statement lesi bowusho mayana nomsola wesithathu kepha ngabe futhi inkosi enkantolo ekusize ngane ke uma uletha lokhu ematheni.
My Lord, I didn't make a request to the court. The impression I got, insofar as what Advocate Mnisi put to me when he referred to the importance of this information at this stage, the impression I got is it's if this is the first time we get to this, and I was merely bringing to the attention of the court that we have dealt with this. I was actually even cross-examined by the late Advocate Mr. Ngomezulu, on behalf of accused number 1. Same Advocate Mnisi, Mr. Ramsipilo also did. So I dealt with it, my Lord, and I'm simply bringing this to the attention of the court that it is not the first time that this issue has been canvassed, my Lord.
Athi-ke uma ngabe letha lo daba ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo kuwukuthi-ke lapho-ke yena uyasho khona ukuthi bakhuluma ngalo daba lolu bese baqeda-ke ngalo noma sele bekhulumile ngalo daba lolu statement lesi futhi la khona kade wabuza ke imibuzo-ke osele washona-ke lapho-ke umnumzana uMngomezulu futhi umnumzana uMnisi athi wambuza ke imibuzo mayelana nodaba lolu lwale statement futhi ngisho omunye ummeli okhona la ngaphambi kwenkantolo umnumzana uRamsipili.
Brigadier Gininda, please do not mislead the court. Accused number 1 had not yet had a person to cross-examine you in your evidence in chief. Do you understand? Mr. Mgombezo, I'm not done.
Kade acela-ke ummeli ukuthi ungatholi umcabango ongahambi kahle uma ungaqondile ongashayela esikhonkosini ngamashi ngoba lapho-ke wena kade bengakubuzile lutho-ke mayelana nemibuzo-ke ngaphansi kwesifungo uma ubuza-ke usuthola isikhathi sokuthi ubuze-ke abameli.
Mr. Mgombezulu got ill before he could start to cross-examine you, and ultimately he passed on. So, accused number 1 had not yet had an opportunity for someone to cross-examine you. So your aversion that Mr. Mgomezulu cross-examined you on your evidence in chief is misleading.
Athi-ke ulwazi lokukhuluma ngalo lokuthi yena-ke umnumzana uMngomezulu sele kubuzile-ke imibuzo mayelana nodaba lalo statement-ke akuwona umcabango oqondile lokho ngoba umnumzana uMngomezulu waqala-ke wagula ngaphambi kokuthi aqala-ke akubuze imibuzo-ke bese ngemuva kokugula kwakhe bese washona.
As a court, please, my lord, we submit that the term misleading is inappropriate and it's uncalled for in the circumstances. The witness just merely stated what he thinks the position is, my lord. We submit that Advocate Mnisi is attacking the integrity of the witness when he says he's misleading the court. And that should be withdrawn, my lord.
As it is the court, my lord, when a witness states something which is not factually correct, in English, what do you call that? I'm waiting an answer from the state.
My lord, we're not going to belabor the point. All that was saying it's inappropriate to say that a witness who's here to assist the court is misleading the court when he's just merely stating what is already on record. That's what this witness is doing, my lord, just stating what is already on record. How could he be misleading the court when he states what is on record?
I will also not belabor that point, my lord, but what the state is missing is the part relating to Mr. Mngomezulu having cross-examined him on behalf of accused number 1 in his evidence in chief. But that's not an issue. Let's get to the crux. Now, you are saying, Brigadier, this is the information or evidence that you presented together with the case docket to the DPP for them to make a decision on whether or not to charge whoever that you are recommending to be charged, not so?
Bathi ke mnumzana usho ukuthi lolu ulwazi kade ulumikisile lapho noma memorandum noma uhlelo lwememorandum futhi ade lahambisana nedocket ngesikhathi bovakashele ihhovisi labashushisi ke lapho ke sobatshela ngakho ke ekuthize bona bathi babuye futhi bathathe bafunde lokhu ngemuva ukuthi bakufunde bafake imicabango yabo ngesikhathi ade befunda bese ngemuva kwalokho ke bese babuye bathathe isinqumo sokuthi ngabe bathwesa abantu laba ababhaliwe lapho ke icala noma abathwesi amacala.
So, my lord, perhaps before I get to this, the insinuation that I'm misleading is not correct. Perhaps if Advocate Mnisi did not understand at what stage am I referring to the cross-examination, that should have been asked and I would have clarified it. Because I did not say I was cross-examined by the late Mr. Mngomezulu on the main trial. I just said he cross-examined me on this statement. And that was done during the trial within trial, my lord. That is the position. He made me go through the statement. It was read when we're in court. We can look at the record. And then he cross-examined on it. So I didn't separate. I didn't say it was on this main trial. Fact of the matter, I said he cross-examined me on this statement. And that happened. So that is not misleading, my lord.
Athi ke ufakazi lapho ke namalana nombuzo wathi ubuzwe ke umeli noma nemali nenkulumo kodwa umeli ayikhulumile thizene ke ufakazi ulahlekisa inkosi enkantolo athi ufakazi asukuthi like ulahlekisa inkosi enkantolo uma itshela lempendulo elandelayo athi lo daba lo salikhuluma bese sabuya saliqoqa futhi ngesikhathi kade khona ke umzila ngaphakathi komzila la khona ke osile washona ke okuwumeli umnumzana uMngomezulu kade ambuza khona ke imibuzo malana nodaba lolu lwale document leli kade alifunda khona la inkosi ayifundela inkosi enkantolo.
Now, secondly, my lord, to the question that I'm being asked, this is a summary of what I've told the DPP, but in the memorandum, my lord, it would have included the evidence that I had on Ms. Kelly Kumalo, because one will know when we presented the docket, the assertion that the instruction came from Ms. Kelly Kumalo was already out. It's contained in the confessions. So that part was included in the memorandum, because that's how we write memorandum. The list of witnesses in terms of the statements that we had, that part was included. So this is basically the statement that summarized the evidence insofar as accused 1 to 5, because that's what I was asked. What is it that we had on accused 1 to 5? And I'm saying the evidence in summary, which specifics, is then contained in this statement A195. But the memorandum was broader, because then it dwells with the issues of Ms. Kelly Kumalo. What is it that was available at the time? And I did indicate previously, my lord, that there was then further instruction that came insofar as she was concerned. Hence, then there was another statement made later in November, which I was made to read in this court, where I was applying or requesting that she should also be charged as accused number 6.
Athi-ke khona lapho-ke uma ngabe kukhuluma nge-summary usho ukuthi inkulumo lapho enciphile mayelana nodaba lolu lwakhe ade alimikise lapho-ke kuhhovisi abashushisi abakhulu-ke ukhuluma ngalolu daba lolu lale statement ade asifuna ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo. Kepha-ke athi lapho-ke khona-ke njalo uma ngabe kukhuluma ngodaba lwe-memorandum noma uhlelo lwe-memorandum noma udaba lwe-memorandum noma inkulumo kade iqukethiwe ngaphakathi kwe-memorandum. Athi-ke lapho-ke yona-ke ayinciphile futhi iyona nkulumo-ke ejulile lapho-ke la khona-ke igama laka-Miss uKheli Khumalo wenkosazana uKheli Khumalo-ke lapho-ke futhi listi yofakazi-ke lapho-ke noma amagama ofakazi kade anabo-ke lapho-ke futhi athi uyabuya futhi washo khona ukuthi khona-ke lapho-ke beyawathola istatement sakhe ngenyanga kaNovember lapho kade asitholile lapho-ke futhi ngesikhathi athola bese nabe khona-ke incwadi kade ayibhalile lapho-ke athi naye komuntu bamthwese-ke icala bese bambuye bamfakela ngalana-ke kube umsola wesithupha-ke lapho-ke yasho khona ukuthi memorandum la ilukuzana esummary le-memorandum yakhe lapho-ke ikhuluma malana nalokhu kade yena-ke anakho malana nomsola wokuqala umsola wesibili umsola wesithathu umsola wesine futhi nomsola wesihlanu-ke lapho-ke kepha khona-ke incwadi lakho laba yakhuluma ngayo athi khona-ke ngaphakathi kwe-memorandum kepha lana-ke ayikho-ke leyo ncwadi leyo nayo-ke athi lukuzana amaphuzu lawo-ke amaphuzu ukuthi yena benze isicelo sokuthi-ke nomama ulukuzana uKheli Khumalo akaboshwe naye kathuswe icala bese ahambisane nani-ke lapho-ke abasolwa lomunye wabasolwa okhona la ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo njengomsola wesithupha.
Thank you, Brigadier. So, you basically are telling this court and answering me that what you've just read into record here is not a complete picture of what you actually presented to the state, so?
Athi-ke manje ummeli ukuthi le nkulumo omtshela yona-ke kusho ukuthi akusizithombe esigcwele owasimikisa lapho kubashushisi ngesikhathi umikisa-ke udaba lwakho kubona akusinjalo.
No, that's not what I'm saying, my lord. My understanding of the question that led to me going to this statement is from Advocate Mnisi. The question was, and he wanted specific, what evidence did I present to the DPP insofar as accused 1 to 5? And I said I won't be able to remember specifically because he wanted specifics. Then I referred to this statement because under each accused, it is listed what is it that we have against that accused at the time. That is the same insofar as the memorandum is concerned. The only thing that I'm saying is that the memorandum goes broader insofar as Ms. Kheli Khumalo and the evidence that relates to Ms. Kheli Khumalo. But insofar as these accused are concerned, what is contained here is the same as you'll find in the memorandum.
Athi-ke lapho ukuzwisisa kakhe mayelana nombuzo wathi ubuze kumnumzana-ke uMnisi lapho-ke kuwukuthi ngabe yini anayo ufakazi melana nomsola wokuqala umsola wesibili umsola wesithathu futhi nomsola wesine nowesihlanu-ke lapho-ke bese wathi yilokhu okubhaliwe ngaphakathi kwale summary ye-memorandum-ke lapho-ke futhi yasho ukuthi mayelana nodaba lwe-memorandum-ke lapho-ke udaba lwe-memorandum noma inkulumo ebhaliwe ngaphakathi kwe-memorandum inkulumo eningi futhi ejulile lapho-ke uyasho khona ukuthi khona-ke ufakazi abanako-ke mayelana noKheli Khumalo olungekho lana ngaphakathi kwalo daba lolu kade alifunda noma isummary ye-memorandum yakhe kade efundela inkosi yenkantolo ngoba kade umbuzo ubuziwe ukuthi ngabe yini yona kade anayo noma kade yini kade ayipresentile lapho kwithimba labashushisi abakhulu-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi bekamikisa-ke i-memorandum yakhe-ke mayelana nomsola wokuqala umsola wesibili umsola wesithathu umsola wesine futhi nomsola wesihlanu.
Brigadier, so what you have just presented now is not a complete picture of what you presented to the office of the DPP, wherein you are requesting them to make a decision on these accused persons.
Athi manje usuthi lokho okutsheleke inkosi yenkantolo njengamanje usuthi akusizithombe esigcwele owasimikisa noma owatshela ithimba labashushisi abakhulu ngesikhathi bowamikisa-ke lapho memorandum yakho futhi nedocket.
The court, please, my lord. The witnesses ad nauseam said he presented the memorandum and the docket. So it's not as if a decision was only made on the memorandum. In fact, the decision is made on information contained in the docket. That is the evidence. It is unfair now to put it to the witness that what he presented to the DPP is an incomplete picture when he says he presented the docket which has got all the information.
Maybe I was misunderstood by Advocate Baloyi. I'm not saying what you presented to the DPP was an incomplete picture. I am saying what you have just read and presented now here is different or is not a complete picture compared to what you presented to the office of the DPP.
Athi-ke umbuzo wakhe ummeli kuwukuthi lokhu wena ukutshele inkosi enkantolo njengamanje usho ukuthi akusizithombe esigcwele noma kusulwazi noma ulwazi ucwaningo noma ulwazi lokusesha kwakho kade unalo ngesikhathi umikisa ipresentation yakho lapho kuba kwithimba labashushisa abakhulu.
No, but my lord, that's not correct. That's not how the question was put to me. I was asked, what is it that I presented to the DPP that made them to take a decision to indict accused 1 to 5? And I'm saying this statement, it is specific on each of these accused insofar as the evidence is concerned. So the question was specific. Now I'm being asked a broader question to say, what is it? And that is why I said, if then I'm being asked, is this the similar situation that I presented to the DPP? And I'm saying no, because then I had to deal with the issues of Kelly Kumalo. But what led us here, my lord, that was not the question. The question was, what is it that I presented that links these accused to this offense, and as a result made the DPP to decide to charge them? And that statement answers that, because I even said under accused 1, there's details indicating what evidence we're able to find. And I said it applies from 1 up to 5. That's what led us to this document, and that position is the same, my lord. There's nothing that has been shortcut on that, my lord.
Athi-ke mana udaba lombuzo ade bembuzile wonake ufakazi ukuthi ngabe yini le kade ayimikisile noma ngabe kade kuyini inhloso yenkulumo yakhe le kade ayokhuluma kunethimba labashushisa abakhulu-ke ngesikhathi bamikisa ke memorandum yakhe futhi nedocket lapho-ke athi umbuzo kade kuwukuthi yini kade ayimikisile kuhhovisi labashushisa abakhulu ekuthizeni bafunde-ke ilokhuzana idocket futhi nememorandum bese babuye bathathe isinqumo sokuthi bathwesa-ke abasolwa icala leli elibhaliwe khona noma amacala laba kade bezobathwesa wona-ke ngemuva ukuthi abashushisa abakhulu-ke lapho-ke bathathe isinqumo. Athi umbuzo kade kuwukuthi ngabe yini anayo mayelana nomsolo wokuqala ehambisana nomsolo wesibili nomsolo wesithathu futhi nomsolo wesine futhi nomsolo wesihlanu-ke. Athi lapho kukhumbula khona zathi khona-ke la khona-ke angakhulumile khona mayelana nodaba lakaKhili Khumalo ngoba kade bengambuzile-ke ngalo-ke noma yini qukethiwe mayelana noKhili Khumalo ngoba kade bengambuzile mayelana nalo nkulumo le kepha kade bembuze mayelana nabasolwa abakhona la ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo.
Brigadier, I hope you follow me. You know, this cross-examination is structured. It's just not haphazard. We are now at a stage where you are approaching the office of the DPP with information that you have at your disposal for them to make a decision. Now, when you look at this affidavit,
Athi-ke manje sikulesikhathi la kade unake uhamba khona-ke uyomikisa-ke ipresentation yakho noma uhambe ukwenza kuhlelo lwe-presentation ngaphambi kwethimba labashushisi abakhulu-ke kuhhovisi labashushisi-ke manje athi sigxinize kudaba lolu lwale affidavit noma
on paragraph 4.
noma inkulumo ebhaliwe ngaphansi kwesifungo lapho ku-paragraph 4.
My lord,
It says, I'm not done.
can I then comment on what is being put?
Brigadier,
Because then once we move
Brigadier,
forward,
I am not done. Unless you want to turn this court into a circus, then you're free to do what you want to do. But I am not yet done. As a person that is standing you, asking you questions. But if you want to behave in that way, it's fine. Then you can continue.
There's a quick piece, Manat. I think the word circus and that the witness is trying to turn this court into a circus are inappropriate and unpalatable and should not be used in the courtroom, and I hope Advocate Nisi will withdraw those words.
The witness realizes that I'm not done with my question, then he simply jumps in. What is that? Who should actually be berated here? Is it him or him? Thank you, but I wasn't done. Paragraph 4. it says, there's some evidence by means of a sworn corroborating an independent witness statement, establishes a causal link between the offenders and the offenses of murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, possession of unlicensed firearms, and unlawful possession of ammunition. The Director of Public Prosecution, Gauteng Province, Gauteng Division, on a directive of the National Director of Public Prosecutions, instructed, after a careful consideration of the presented evidence, that the above 5 suspects in paragraph 3 must be arraigned for murder, robbery with aggravating circumstances, as well as possession of unlicensed firearm and ammunition. The instructions are attached with this statement as BNG1. I hereby apply for the warrant of arrest for the following suspect on above indicated charges on this paragraph. This simply, I'm sorry, you can proceed to interpret.
Article lapho malana nodaba malana nenkulumo ebhaliwe ngaphansi kuka paragraph 4 ithi ufakazi lokade ninabo ke kade ninabo ngaphansi kohlelo ngoma ngaphansi kwesifungo ke lapho ke kade bohambisana futhi nokade buxhumana bohambisana malana nofakazi wabantu abayimela lapho kade ubhaliwe ngaphansi kwestatement zabo ke futhi ezibhaliwe lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi kwenzeka lokhu ngesikhathi senza kodlame lokhu noma mhlawumbe ubugebengu lokhu ke bokubulala malana iqala lokubulala iqala kubamba inkunzi kade niphethe ikhali ke lapho ke futhi utholakala liphethe ke lapho ke isibhamu ngekho semthethweni futhi namabhuletho mawubhontshisi ngekho semthethweni ke futhi yasho ukuthi Director of the Prosecution ithimba labashushisi ke lapho ke noma ihhovisi labashushisi elalana ke eGoli ke ngaphansi kwesigodi selana ke eGoli shuthi lapho ke directives lapho ke noma inkulumo eqhamuka kubashushisi abakhulu ke lapho base national noma kwizolonkana lasho kwanza bese lantshelthi ngemuva kocabangisisa kahle futhi kube sekhathi isinqumo sokuthize yenina ke noma malana nofakazi kade nebulethe kubona ke lapho ke malana nabasolwa abahlanu ababhaliwe lapho ke ku paragraph 3 ku paragraph lesithathu ke lapho ke kwamela ukuthi nibabophe noma baboshiwe ke ukubulala ukubamba inkunzi ephethe ke ikhali noma into ezinobungozi ke lapho ke bese babuye futhi bathweswe icala noma baboshwe malana nokuphatha ke lapho ke isibhamu ngokho semthethweni futhi nobhontshisi ngokho semthethweni ke futhi yasho ukuthi inkulumo lena ke iyona ke ebhaliwe lapho ke ngaphansi kwestatement saka BNG1.
Now, was this not an application for a warrant of arrest after the office of the DPP has taken a decision?
Bathi ke manje shuthi lapho kade ningacelile ke incwadi inikeza imvume ukuthi ke lapho ke nebophe abasolwa ngemuva ukuthi ke ihhovisi labathimba ethimba lezabashushisi kade silithele bekusele sithathe isinqumo ke lapho ke.
My Lord, yes, I'll answer the question. The first part I'd like to deal with, can I just ask Advocate Mnisi, because respect is a two-way process. The usage of disrespectful words, because that's how I deem them, I do not appreciate it. I don't use disrespectful words to him simply because one has to be professional and maintain the court's decorum. I expect the same from him. I don't think he deserves better than me. I expect the same treatment. Now, going back to the question that I've been asked, my Lord, paragraph 4 is very specific, and this is the question, this is something that I was attempting to address after he made the statement, because I could see that it's coming exactly here, and he told me it's not done, I must keep quiet, and I left it at that. Paragraph 4 refers to BNG1. BNG1 is a directive from the DPP, and I did say, my Lord, because this is what I'm trying to clarify, and I don't know how many times must I say it. This statement, and the reason we got to this statement is because I was asked to specify, not summarize, what evidence do we have on accused 1, 2, 3, up to 5? And I said a document that has specifics, so that I can answer Advocate Mnisi with specifics, is this statement A195. But this statement is not what was presented to the DPP. I've said it over and over again, my Lord, that it was the memorandum together with the entire docket. So I only refer to this statement to go to the specifics that are being asked, so that when I'm being asked, what evidence do you have on accused 1, then I can refer to what is contained in this statement, which was used in the application for the warrant of arrest. So it's basically a document I'm referring to that deals with specifics that I'm being asked to consider, and that's why I refer to it. At no stage did I say this statement is what I presented to the DPP. That is not correct, my lord.
Athi-ke okokuqala malana nemibuzo ke emibili noma nombuzo kade abuziwe unamaphuzu amabili kathi iphuzu lokuqala kuwukuthi-ke lapho-ke ucela ukuthi ngokukhulu isicelo ngokukhulu lapho ukuthi umnumzana umnitha atshengise inhlonipho lakuyena-ke ngoba inhlonipho usho ukuthi ihamba omahlangothi amabili asuthi inhlonipho ihamba uhlangothi olulodwa kuphela-ke lapho-ke futhi asuthi akekho omkhulu kunabo bobabili-ke lana-ke uma ngabe icabanga yena-ke ufakazi futhi uyabuya uyasho khona ukuthi imayelana nodaba lwakhe kade bembuzile kuwukuthi ngabe yini awayimikisa noma kade kuyini presentation ekade ayoyenza ke malana kade kuyini presentation ekade ayoyenza kuma office abashushise lapho ke malana nabasola bonkana umsola oqala umsola wesibili umsola wesithathu futhi nomsola wesine bese nomsola wesihlanu ke lapho ke umbuzo bojulile lapho futhi boqondile athi kungakho ephendule ngalendlela ephindile ngakuthi nake lapho ke ngesikhathi kade yahamba evakasha ku office labashushisa abakhulu ke lapho ke kulabe kahamba khona ke bhalile ke memorandum yakhe futhi memorandum yakhe kade iphelekezwa ke lapho ke docket libequkethe lonke ke ulwazi kade analo ke malana necala leli noma ngemuva utaseshe icala leli ke bese ihlangothi noma ithimba labashushisi ke lapho ke bese labuya datha ke isinqumo sokuthi yebo asibathose ke icala uma ekhuluma ke ngenkulumo leyo ke athi khona ke statement esiqhamukile ku office labashushisi abakhulu ke lapho ke esingaphansi ko B189 statement sakhona ke lapho babhala ukuthi statement phansi ko BNG1 athi kula khona ke bese bathatha isinqumo abashushisa abakhulu sithi usithizeni ke bathwese abasolwa laba kade bebhaliwe ngaphakathi kule statement lesi bekakhuluma ngaso ke bonkana ngemuva uthi kade benamacala kade bebathwesa wona.
And one can see clearly, my lord, that in BNG1, the date in which this directive came from the DPP was the 22nd of October 2020. Subsequent to this directive, then this statement is made to the magistrate. There's even a date of the statement, the date of the magistrate, but it's the following day, meaning the 23rd of October 2020. So the statement came as a result of the directive that was taken. Me referring to it was not saying it is now the document I presented. I've said it over and over again, it's a memorandum.
Athi ke futhi lapho ngemuva ukuthi abashushisa abakhulu bethathe isinqumo ke lapho ke ngelanga la nge-22 zaka October ngomnyaka ka-2022 bese ngelanga elilandelayo ilanga la nge-23 zaka October 2022 kula khona ke umantshi ke la kade asebe abheke icala leli kula nayo bhala khona ke lapho ke incwadi yakhe noma inkulumo yakhe ke mayelana nohlelo lolu baka BNG1.
I'm done, my lord.
Atuqedile.
Do you agree, Brigadier, that this statement, that the essence of this statement was an application, is a statement that was attached to an application for the warrant of arrest? Are we agreeing there or not?
Bathi avuma ukuthi statement lesi ke sihambisana nencwadi lekade ibhalile lapho ukuthi zenke kuboshweke abantu ngabe yakuvuma yini lokho?
Yes, I agree, my lord.
Athi yebo ngiyavuma.
Thank you. Now, I've got a bit of a challenge. When you say what is contained in the statement is not everything that you submitted as a memorandum to the office of the DPP.
Athi ke manje unenkinga nyana anayo ke ngoba ngemuva kwenkulumo ekhulumile ekukuthi lenkulumo equkethiwe noma inkulumo ebhaliwe ngaphakathi kwale statement lesi akuyona inkulumo kade uyimikisile yonkana ngaphansi noma ngaphakathi kohlelo lwakho le memorandum ngesikhathi yakubimikisa memorandum yakho ku-office lethimba labashushisi.
My lord, I've indicated that, and I'm repeating it again. I was asked specifically insofar as the accused before court. And I refer to these statements because under each and every accused, there are specifics in terms of evidence.
Athi lapho ke umbuzo kade ujulile futhi umbuzo bonciphile kade umbuzo ukuthi ngabe yini ayimikisa kwithimba le office labashushisi lapho ke mayelana nabasolwa abaqhamuka noma abasolwa abavela kule nkantolo esukuyona ke.
And I've indicated
lapho ke athi kubhaliwe ngaphansi komsola omunye nomunye mayelana nodaba lofakazi kade benalo.
And I've indicated, my lord, that when I sent the memorandum, it went with the docket. You don't go to the DPP and say, yes, the document, decide. I sent the docket, the entire docket, so that they can read, look at the evidence, make their own decision. Hence, then I got BNG1 as a result of what was presented, but not the information only. The entire docket was given to them. I'm simply, and I'm saying again, my lord, I'm simply referring to statement A198 because it deals with the evidence that relates to the accused before court. And that is the question I was asked, and I'm answering that question, my lord.
Athi ke lapho ke ukhumule ngekade aphendula mayelana nombuzo lokade ubuziwe ukuthi ngesikhathi la lapho ke mayelana kumahhovisi abashushisi kwithimba noma ke hhovisi labashushisi abakhulu ngabe kade kuyini bekayiphethe mayelana nabasola bonkana waqhamuka phambi kwale nkantolo njengamanje athi lapho ke ukhumule khona njalo ngesikhathi bekamikisa ke memorandum yakhe lapho ke wamikisa memorandum yonke memorandum futhi bephelekezwa idocket lonkana liphelele idocket futhi nolwazi kade lukhona ke ngaphakathi ke docket bese athi ngesikhathi bekamikisa wamikisa lokho kwithimba labashushisi lonkana ekuthizeni bahlale phansi bakufunde futhi bafundisise kahleke bese babuya bafake ke imicabango yabo ngaphakathi kwedocket leli futhi nolwazi kade liqukethiwe nofakazi futhi kade lukhona ke malana abasolwa ngaphakathi kwedocket leli ke bese ngemuva kwalokho bese babuya ke nesinqumo sabo ke lapho ke isinqumo babuya naso kathi sikhona ke ngaphansi kombhalo ka BNG1 futhi athi incwadi yakhe lena ke ingaphansi kohlelo lokwa A198 statement.
Let's cut it short, Brigadier. From this information which you've just read into records, you've made mention of the fact that there's another information that was contained in that memorandum which relates to Kelly Khumalo. Beyond that, is there any other information that you would have included in the memorandum?
Athi ke manje sinciphise nje kancane ke lenkulumo mara nodaba lolokhulumile ngalo ukuthi ngaphakathi kolwazi maphakathi kwedocket likadunalo ke ukuthi khona ke ulwazi odequkethiwe lapho ke malana noKelly Khumalo ngabe likhona yini olunye ke ulwazi ongakhulumile ngalo ongafisa ukuthi inkosi enkantolo ilazi.
I think, my lord, it will be the list of witnesses in my recollection, because you will say there's this witness that gave this statement. It will be something to that effect that I recall would have been contained, insofar as the witnesses who dispose affidavits in this docket.
Athi enake lapho ucaba ukuthi kuzoba udaba lofakazi noma istatement ezofakazi lezi ezikhona ke ngapha noma istatement ezofakazi yebo ezikhona ke lana ke le docket leli athi ngokomkhumbulo wakhe noma ngokomcabango wakhe ucabanga ukuthi kuzoba ke lapho ke uhlelo lwamagama no yebo uhlelo lwamagama lofakazi ke lapho ukuthi zena ufakazi uthize wabhala istatement emalana nodaba oluthize.
Thank you. Must I then assume that henceforth will be departing on the same level, that except for the issue relating to Kelly Khumalo and the list of witnesses, there's nothing else that should have been included in the statement that was contained in that memorandum?
Athi ke ngaphandle nje kohle noma ngaphandle kodaba lokaKelly Khumalo futhi nodaba lofakazi ke lapho ke ushuthi ke alukho ke olunye ulwazi olubhalile ngaphakathi kwestatement leso.
No, but I won't be able to answer that, my lord. I mean, I don't have the memorandum specifically, because if I say yes and then the memorandum is found is saying something else, then I'll be misleading the court. I can't answer that now, my lord.
Athi cha ngikakhona ukuphendula ngamashima nombuzo kade ubuziwe lapho ke ngoba akanayo memorandum kade ayibhaliwe lapha phambi kwakhe ngoba akafuna ukuthi athi yebo kepha kusasa maqhamuka nememorandum bese memorandum ibuye futhi esekhuluma ke olunye uhlangothi nalo hlangothi akhulumile ngalo.
That is perfectly correct, Brigadier, because I was coming to the point where when I was saying I'm having a problem with what is happening here, because in the course of my cross-examination, I don't want to be putting suggestions to you such as you are now rebranding your evidence. Do you understand? So,
athumeli yebo ke lona phuzu baqhamuka bayafuna ukuza ngalo ngoba akafuna ukuthi ukhulume lenkulumo lena ke bese kusasa bese buye futhi ushintshe ke inkulumo yakho bese uthi bonke akusilo kade ukhuluma ke lokho ngabe akuzwisisa yini?
I understand, my lord, but insofar as the specifics relating to this accused before court as to what did we have, it is contained in this statement.
Athi yebo ngiyakuzwa futhi ngiyazwisisa-ke kepha mayelana nodaba lombuzo kade ujulile noma nombuzo liqondile ngamashi mayelana nabasola abaqhamuka la ngaphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje, athi udaba lolo yebo lukhona ngaphakathi kwestatemende lesi.
Now, in relation to these accused persons that are before court here, what you have mentioned in this statement is what you presented to the office of the DPP. Is it what you presented to the office of the DPP in your memorandum?
Athi-ke manje mayelana nodaba lwabasola abaqhamuka ngaphambi kwenkantolo esikhathini samanje noma kumanje-ke, ngabe ilokho okubhaliwe ngaphakathi kwestatement sakho yilokho kade kubhaliwe ngaphakathi kwememorandum yakho ngesikhathi bumikisa imemorandum kwithimba labashushisi abakhulu?
My Lord, it will be included. When you draft a memorandum, you indicate the evidence that is there. And that is why I said the evidence insofar as these accused are concerned is what is contained in this statement. But it must be understood also, my Lord, that when you give evidence, and that's how I understand it, you're not dictating to the DPP. DPP, they have the authority, they sit with the authority to decide what to do with the docket that is before them, and in terms of the charges. My duty was to present what we have, and out of that presentation, my Lord, that is why BNG1, and I refer to it, it's a communication from the DPP. Out of this communication from the DPP on the 22nd of October 2020, I then drafted the statement the following day requesting the warrant of arrest, because there was already a guidance from the DPP to say these are the charges and this is where we are going, and then I drafted the statement. And that's the evidence that I know was presented and was contained in the docket and still in the docket, my Lord.
Athi yebo kepha-ke ukhumbule khona ngesikhathi kade amikisa udaba lwakhe le-presentation kwithimba labashushisi abakhulu-ke lapho-ke kade afake ngaphakathi ufakazi kade anabo-ke mayelana nabasola bonke laba ngaphambi kwenkantolo. Athi ukhumbule khona njalo ukuthi yena-ke akusuye umuntu ophoxa-ke ithimba lezabashushisi kumele bathathe isinqumo esithini-ke lapho-ke noma isinqumo esinjani-ke lapho-ke ngoba bona-ke banomthetho noma banendlela abasebenza ngayo mayelana nodaba lozomthetho. Athi-ke na-ke lapho-ke into ayenzile nje kuphela kuwukuthi amikise i-presentation yakhe lapho-ke mayelana nodaba lolu kade aliphethe noma mayelana nofakazi lobu kade anabo ngesikhathi bekasenza lolu hlelo lolu-ke. Bese athi ngesikhathi bekamikisa-ke incwadi yakhe le noma umbhalo wencwadi yakhe lapho-ke kula khona-ke ithimba labashushisi labuya khona-ke ngenye-ke inkulumo selivuma ukuthi yebo-ke kumele sibathuse-ke amacala abasolwa-ke futhi lokho kubhaliwe ngaphansi kombhalo ka-BNG1. Athi ngemuva kwalokho-ke kula khona-ke wahamba khona-ke wabhala-ke wabhala incwadi futhi ebhala-ke inkantolo encane-ke lapho-ke ekuthizeni bathole-ke incwadi ebanika lapho-ke ilungelo lokuthi kumele abasolwa bababophe.
And what should not also be forgotten, my Lord, because I've also indicated this part, that this was a prosecutorial-driven investigation, meaning prior to the submission of the memorandum, there was a communication between my office and the prosecution up to the stage where now the memorandum was presented. So it's not a situation where the police are operating in isolation. Then at a certain stage, they just come and send a document. This was a joint operation or investigation, my Lord.
Athi futhi-ke lapho ukujobelela lakhe ngingazela khona impendulo yakhe ngesikhathi ade kusenzeka lokho ngesikhathi kade amikisa-ke imemorandum yakhe lapho-ke futhi ihambisana nale incwadi ekhona ngaphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje-ke athi kade khona-ke ukuxhumana phakathi kwethimba lakhe futhi nethimba labashushisi-ke lapho-ke akusukuthi kade kuthulekile kungekho ukuxhumana kade khona-ke phakathi kwabo-ke lapho-ke. Athi futhi ngesikhathi bekamikisa lokhu kula khona-ke bekamikisa mayelana nofakazi lobu sele anabo uphelele ngesikhathi ehamba lapho-ke eyokwenza-ke lapho yena-ke uhlelo lwakhe le-presentation kwithimba lehhovisi labashushisi.
Thank you, Brigadier. I hear you. But we don't work together. I said to you that my cross-examination on behalf of accused number one is very structured. We are not yet at a stage where the DPP is supposed to do, or what is it that the DPP is supposed to do. We are still at the stage where you yourself, not really yourself, but from the side of the investigating team, are approaching the office of the DPP with certain information. Now my question is, are you then satisfied that what is contained in this affidavit, that which you have read into record, insofar as it implicates this accused person, are you satisfied with it as it is contained in this affidavit, which you submitted to the office of the DPP?
Athi lapho kahlahlele emuva nje kancane akakafikele kubuzo na office of the kulona ke malana nodaba lokuthi ukhuluma ngalo ngesikhathi ade imithe sakuhlela kule presentation lapho ke noma ngesikhathi ade lokulinde isinqumo sokuthi basithathe ke team razabashushisi kepha thi ngabe unesiqiniseko noma ngabe wanele yini malana nale nkulumo obhalile ngaphansi kweaffidavit le kade ufunda ngaphambi kwenkosenkantolo esikhathini emizuzwana kule mizuzu endlule khona manje nje ukuthi ulwazi uqhekethiwe ngalapho ke yilo yona kuphela ulwazi nikisa kwithimba leqembu noma kwithimba labashushisi equkethe lapho ke umsola oqala umsola wesibili umsola wesithathu umsola wesine futhi umsola wesihlanu malana nodaba lwamacala la kade nebathwasa wona.
My lord, the first part is I said, even before the DPP, and that is why I refer to the procedural driven investigation, that the presence of the DPP or the prosecution does not come into existence only when we present the memorandum. They were there. That is why I indicated to the meeting of the 26th of January 2019. And I said the case was discussed, instructions were given. So it was a flow of communication leading to this. So there was no gap where we now break, we do things in isolation, and then we come at a certain stage to say, do this. It was guided. We were communicating. So directive will be given to say, this stage, then you can move in this way. That's how procedural driven investigation works. That's the first part, my lord.
Athi mana nephuzekelo oqala ukuthi lapho ke ngesikhathi kade khona uxhumana ade khona esikhathini esiningi noma isikhathi sonke ke phakathi kwethimba lakhe leziphoyisa noma kwethimba labaseshi beziphoyisa futhi nethimba labashushisa abakhulu ke lapho ke athi banoxhumana esikhathini esiningi ngesikhathi yena kade senza ke ukusesha kwecala noma kade aphenya icala leli ke akusukuthi kade khona ke lapho kunqamuka exhumaneni kwabo bona ke ithimba labashushisi futhi nethimba labashushisi lapho ke athi ukhumule khona zathi ngesikhathi kade behlele umhlangano noma ngesikhathi ade behlezi kumhlangano wabo ke ngelanga la nge-26 ngenyanga kaJanuwari ngomnyaka ka-2019 ngemuva komhlangano isinqumo abaphuma naso kulo mhlangano lowo ke ukuthi kumele bahambe ngohlangothi luphuke lapho ke ekuthiziwe ugcine bathola uhlelo lwabo noma ngaphambi ukuthi akahambe lapho ke awukwenza uhlelo lakhe le memorandum bese alihambise alupresenta lapho ke ku timba labashushisi.
And secondly, my lord, insofar as the list of the evidence or statements, be it confessions on each and every accused that is mentioned, I do recall that it tallies with the docket, my lord, and I do recall that it would have also been mentioned in the memorandum.
Athi-ke lapho malana ne-statement ezithathiwe lapho ke futhi ama-confession ade ethathiwe ke kubona-ke abasolwa ke athi khona kuqukethiwe ngaphakathi kwedokhethi futhi kuhambisana nedokhethi futhi ade ngesikhathi kamikisa ku-memorandum yakhe nalokho futhi wakubhala ngaphakathi kohlelo lwakhe le-memorandum.
Thank you, Brigadier. Let us try to cut it very short. Yourself, with the assistance of members of the office of the DPP, who have been assisting you all along up until this date where you had to prepare this memorandum. Were you then happy, as a team, DPP and the SABS, were you happy that the information that is contained in this affidavit was what has been happening in terms of the investigation all along?
Manje umbuzo ukuthi wena phakathi kwethimba lakho ke efakazi ethimba leziphoyisa futhi nabaseshi becala futhi nethimba labashushisa abakhulu ngabe kade ukujabulela ukuthi konke lokho okubhaliwe lana ke kungemuva kwenkulumo yenu kade ninayo ngesikhathi benixhumana njengamathimba amabili.
I'm sorry, just before you answer, let me not use the word happy. I wanted to say satisfied.
Ngabe kade wenelisekile malana nenkulumo yenu yonkana futhi nenkulumo ebhalile ngaphansi kohlelo lwakho lwe-affidavit ade ulifunda ngaphambi kwenkantolo?
No, my lord, this affidavit is not a summary statement of the entire investigation. It is specifics. That's why I said I refer to it because I'm being directed specifically to the accused before court. So, but now if the question is saying, were we satisfied, myself and the NPA, about the entire investigation in relation to this statement is not a summary statement. It deals with the evidence that was available at the time against these accused that are before court. And that's the essence of it. And subsequently the application for the warrant of arrest of these accused. It is a different situation where now, because now I'm understanding the question to be asking me, about the summary of investigation, which will be much more detailed now. If I must be asked, the summary of the investigation, then it's much broader than what is contained in the statement, my lord.
Athi-ke lapho uma ngabe ephendula kumbuzo kuwukuthi incwadi yakhe ayibhalile ngaphansi kwesifungo-ke noma le affidavit ayibhalile lapho-ke akusukuthi inkulumo yonkana kade ayenza-ke ngesikhathi bekasesha icala leli noma ngesikhathi kade aphenya icala leli futhi noma ngesikhathi kade akhulumisana nethimba labashushisi-ke lapho-ke ngoba uma ngabe umbuza ngokuthi ngabe kade anelisekile malana nokusesha kwicala leli-ke lapho-ke athi inkulumo leyo bekazojula futhi kakhulu kwincwadi yayo futhi abhale iy'nkulumo ey'ningi-ke lapho-ke kepha lana kade bembuzile kade bembuza umbuzo oqondile kulapho phendula khona-ke ukuthi ngabe yini ayibhalile malana nabasola bonkana laba bavela ngaphambi kwenkosi yakhe.
Thank you, Brigadier. I think I've made my point. Those who have ears to hear have heard what I was trying to say. I'm alerted to the fact that it's almost 5 minutes past 1. On behalf of the gentlemen that are alerting me, that is almost 5 minutes past 1. They're saying that I should request the court for a lunch adjournment. And that's the request that I'm making, my lord. When we come back at 2, we'll proceed. Thank you.
Tuyabonga ke ummeli kaunti laba abanendleko zokuthi bezoke bazwileke lapho-ke kepha yacala ukuthi manje inkosi enkantolo imise kancane siyodla isidlo sasemini bese sibike futhi ngehora lesibili.
Yeah, we're back at 2 o'clock. Yes, Mr. Nkulu, Mr. Nisi.
Is it please a corner, my lord? Thank you, Brigadier. Now let's deal with the case which the state heard. Against accused number 3, when the decision was made to indict him as per this affidavit that you have read into record.
Pardon, Counsel? My apologies, I couldn't hear you, Counsel. My apologies, I did not pick up.
Oh, okay, no, thank you.
From-
I'm saying, let us now deal with the evidence which the state had against accused number 1 when the investigating team approached the prosecution for a decision.
Bathi ke manje uthana ukuthi sigcinize kudaba ke lofakazi kade noma ofakazi ade bukhona ke mayelana nomsolo wakhe oqala ngesikhathi lesi ihlangothi lethimba labashushisi bethatha ke isinqumo sokuthizeni ke bambone necala noma bamthwesa icala.
I understand, my lord, but just before maybe we go to that, can I just correct something that I think I made a mistake? Sorry, Mr. Mnisi. When I refer to the date, my lord, of the 26th of January 2019, when we met at the office of the DPP, the date and the month is correct, but the year it's actually 2020, not 2019. So I just want to correct that part.
Athi ke oqala uthanda ukuthi ke enzeke isilungiso malana nelanga noma yebo ilanga futhi nenyanga futhi nomnyaka. Athi ilanga la nge-26 kaJanuary ngesikhathi beqala uvakasha kuma-ofisi ehlangothi lethimba labashushisi ke lapho ke athi yebo ilanga yilo futhi nenyanga khona kade kuyiyo kepha umnyaka akusona umnyaka ka-2019 kepha kade kuwumnyaka ka-2020 ngesikhathi ithimba lakhe belihamba noma yena nethimba lakhe bahamba bohlangana nethimba labashushisi.
Yes. It's just that. Sorry about that, Mr. Mnisi.
Athi yaxolisa ke ngalokho ke.
Thank you. Is that now the date on which the presentation in the form of the memorandum was submitted to the office of the DPP?
Athi ngabo ke ilanga leli kade umikise memorandum yakho ke kulethimba labashushisi kuma-office wabo DPP office?
No. It's not, my lord. It's way before that. This is a date in which I've testified about it, that there was a date whereby myself, Brigadier Perumal, met the prosecution team, which Advocate Baloyi was part of, Advocate Leonard and Mahwata, and then there were other 2 members. I'm referring to that date to say I've made a mistake. Instead of saying 2020, I've said it's 2019.
Athi yaxolisa ke lapho ilanga leli kade na ke yahamba futhi nomnumzana uBrigadier Perumani ke futhi nabanye bethimba lakhe bezesiphoyisa ngesikhathi bebohlanganela khona ke kuma-ofisi wabashushisi abakhulu la ePretoria la athola khona ke ithimba labashushisi kade liholwa ke umnumzana Advocate Baloyi okhona la enkantolo okuye umshushisi waleli cala. Athi la khona ke enze iphutha malana nelanga lomhlangano wabo.
Would then that be the date on which, as per your evidence, you met Lieutenant Buthelezi there and Warrant Officer Makubo shortly after their arrival?
Usuthi lona ke langa la wahlangana khona ke lo mnumzana olothana eKellenel Buthelezi futhi nomnumzana ke Warrant Officer Makubo ngesikhathi uqeda ufika khona ke lapho ke.
That is the day, my lord, I'm referring to.
Athi yebo ilona langa lelo ke ngikhuluma ngalo lelo.
Thank you. Brigadier, the following information, I know it does not relate to you, but it's very necessary in the context of my argument. It's going to be very necessary in the context of my argument, which is the reason why I need to place it on record first. If you've got a comment, you can comment if you don't have, there won't be any negative inference drawn against the fact that you don't have a comment. It's just a neutral information.
Athi-ke khona-ke ulwazi noma udaba ngathanda ukuthi katsheleke ngalo bese nidikide uma ngabe wena kuyafisa ukuthi uphendule-ke mayelana nodaba lolo-ke athi wamukelekile ekuthizeni uphendule-ke kepha uma ngabe ungafisi ekuthizeni uphendule uthi wamukeleke ukuthi ungaphendule mayelana nale nkulumo azokutshela yona noma azokulethela yona njengamanje.
Thank you.
I understand, my lord.
Athi yebo ngiyazwisisa.
Thank you. This is about the advocates, the team of prosecutors, the advocates who were appointed, I assume, by the Director of Public Prosecution. The head was Advocate Mzinyati to lead your investigation in this case. What is it that I want to say about them? It is the following. Now, at the time at which you approached them in 2020, January 2020, as you say, Advocate Leonard, I'm going to start with her, had almost been a deputy director of public prosecution at the office of the director of public prosecution for almost more than 25 years. And at that time, he had already been conferred with a silk status. Silk status SC.
Bathi khona-ke lapho-ke khona-ke abo-advocate ade bekhona-ke noma abashushisi abakhulu-ke futhi ithimba lelo labashushisi kade liholwa-ke u-advocate uMzinyathi kade kuyena-ke kade bekahola ithimba labashushisi lapho njengomshushisi omkhulu-ke lapho-ke bese bathi khona khona njalo khona-ke omunye futhi-ke lapho u-advocate Leonard bathi kade kuyena-ke u-deputy prosecutor-ke omkhulu-ke ngesikhathi leso futhi kade neminyaka enesipiliyoni noma eneminyaka-ke ewu-25 engaphansi kwethimba lezishushisi.
We've already put in record our objection against this line of cross-examination. We think it's completely irrelevant, but we're going to leave it at that, my lord. We don't see what has that got to do with the issues that are before court.
As it please the court, my lord, I indicated at my introduction on this aspect that it does not have anything to do with Brigadier Gininda. If it has got a comment, he can comment. If it does not have a comment, he won't be. There won't be any application that a negative inference be drawn against him. It's just the neutral information. However, I need to put it on record now because it's going to form part of my arguments. The reason why I'm saying this, it is because Advocate Leonard was there, Advocate George Baloyi was there, and Advocate Juliet Makwata form part of the team that assisted you. There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong about that. There's definitely nothing wrong about that. So I don't know what is the basis for the objection.
My lord, the NPA Act stipulates that a decision that emanates from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution is the decision of the DPP. We have just seen the letter that was placed on record as per, which is annexed to the affidavit of Brigadier Gininda. It's BNG1. It says the Director of Public Prosecution's remarks as follows. It's not the decision of individuals, but it is a decision of the Director of Public Prosecutions who's appointed for a particular jurisdictional area. Now, all the decisions that are taken in that specific area are in his name. So we submit, my lord, that there's no point in referring to individuals who took a decision on behalf of the DPP. It's the decision of the DPP. If one looks at the indictment, it says the Director of Public Prosecution's Gauteng Division arraigns the accused on the following charges. We therefore submit, my lord, that quoting individuals and their levels of experience is not helpful.
I also don't understand, my lord, because this information was phoned from the witness by the state itself. All along, this witness has been referring to a team of prosecutors who constituted Advocate Baloyi, Advocate Leonard, and Advocate Makwata. Advocate Leonard, Advocate Baloyi, and Advocate Makwata. It would have been prudent for the state then to say, Brigadier Gininda, look, don't mention the names. Can you please refer to the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions? Now then I'm getting into the nitty-gritties, and not really dreadful nitty-gritties. This is very nice information, then the state objects. I know ultimately that the accounting officer of the Office of the DPP in North Gauteng, which is situated here in Pretoria, will be the DPP himself, Advocate Mzinyati. And himself, actually not in person, he represents that institution, which is the reason why we don't say the DPP Pretoria, in bracket, Advocate Mzinyati. No, it's not about him as an individual. It's an institution, but we know who is the leader of that institution. You see. But briefly, what I'm saying, my lord, is this information, we did not back up this information as to who was tasked with the decision-making process in this matter. It's the state itself that actually invited that information. Or if it is not the state, when I say the state itself, I mean it is the state through the testimony of Brigadier Gininda, who said we were led in this investigation by the following advocates, and then he mentioned them. But it's fine. We did not want to make a mountain out of this ant small. It's fine, Brigadier. Let me rephrase my question, or let me put this, what I wanted to say, in a different way. The team of prosecutors who assisted you throughout the process of your investigation of the case, a team of extremely experienced prosecutors.
Athi-ke manje ithe ahlehlisa umbuzo kodwa kubuza wona-ke futhi wabeke ngale ndlela elandelayo. Kusho ukuthi ithimba-ke labashushisi la kade bekulekelela ngesikhathi kuhambo lwakho lokuthesha icala uma kokuphenya kokuqala leli-ke. Ithimba labashushisi-ke lelo isho ukuthi ithimba-ke elinesipiliyoni seminyaka eminingi ngaphansi kwezoshushisi.
My lord, I suppose Advocate Mnisi is in a better position because he worked at the DPP. To give that connotation, he knows them better, my lord.
Athi-ke lapho xa uthi umnumzana-ke Advocate Mnisi uyena kumele ukuthi abe sesimeni esilungile ekhizeni aphinduleke lo mbuzo lo ngoba sele asebenzile futhi lapho ngaphansi kwehlangothi ezoshushisa noma ngaphansi kwethimba lezoshushisa.
Actually, two of the advocates here are at the most senior level of administration there, and one advocate in that team is in the middle level of administration. That should tell you the experience that the team had together.
Athi-ke lapho-ke abashushisi abakhulu-ke ababili-ke lapho-ke futhi bona-ke baney'khundla ey'phezulu futhi lapho-ke ngaphansi kwethimba noma ngaphansi kwabaholi balapho-ke behlangothi lezoshushisa.
Now, the reason why I'm saying this, Brigadier, is just to demonstrate the attention or the amount of attention that the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution treated this matter with.
Athi-ke imbangela ukuthi akhulume lokhu kuwukuthi ufuna ukutshengisa-ke indlela ihlangothi noma ithimba labashushisi kade bephethe ngalo-ke icala leli.
Thank you. As I've said, this is just a neutral factor.
I understand, my lord.
Thank you. Now, back to accused number 3. I'm sorry, my apologies. Accused number 1. Now, insofar as this affidavit is concerned, on the second paragraph, that say the accused boasted to individuals closely associated with him in a KZN homelands as to his involvement together with Mafiga, who's suspect number 2, suspect number 3, who's known as Mr. Mncube. Suspect number 4 is known as Mr. Mapisa, and suspect number 5, who is known as Nkani, into the killing of the deceased. A dispute ensued between these individuals, and the closely associated individuals disclosed to the SABs the admissions this accused made to them. Now, you would understand here that we are referring to, or I understand this to mean that there were utterances that were made by accused number 1 back in their homelands, and people heard him, and then after hearing him, and then they probably took this, then the police went down and took statements from them, from those people who heard what he was saying, not so.
Bathi-ke lapho ku paragraph 2 usho ukuthi ngemuva kokuthi-ke abantu bezwile ke inkulumo lekade ikhuluma khona-ke lapho-ke phakathi kongaboni ngasonye kwamsolo wokuqala nomsolo wesibili-ke usho ukuthi bathatha-ke ulwazi lo bese bagijima baye emaphoyiseni. Ukhumule la kuparagraph number 2 kulabhalwe khona-ke ukuthi abantu laba ababhaliwe kula macala abathwesa amacala lana-ke futhi ngemuva kokuthi ofakazi kade bebhaleke itatimende zabo kuwukuthi-ke abasolwa-ke bonkana bayazana-ke futhi-ke abakhethekile futhi baqhamuka endaweni eyodwa-ke emakhaya-ke kwindawo yasemakhaya-ke futhi oqala umafika-ke lapho-ke ubizwa njengomsolo wesibili-ke lapho-ke uCarlos, futhi umsolo wesithathu lapho uMaphisa, futhi umsolo wesinaphu uNkani, bese umsolo wesithathu lapho-ke naye ukhona-ke njalo-ke bathi kona-ke bangena noma benza lokhu-ke ibona ababulala-ke umufi lapho-ke bathi futhi okwaqhamuka ngesikhathi kade khona kungaboni ngaphakathi kwabo-ke akusenjalo yini?
Yes, my lord, it is so, but what I recall with regard to this assertion is that, for example, I recall one person, and if one has to go now to all the witnesses, one will have to look at the docket, but from the top of my head, Sifiso Zungu, in my recollection, my lord, makes reference to that discussion that took place in KZN, although he was also in Fostoras, but subsequent to that, in my recollection, he then had a discussion in KZN when there was an event, some function. That's my recollection because it's contained in his statement. That is now Kwabeni, Mr. Kwabeni, and his interactions were in relation to accused number 1.
Athi uma-ke kunjalo-ke kepha-ke akakhumbuli kahle-hle ngoba kanalo-ke ulwazi olugcwele ngoba laphambi kwakhe-ke kepha-ke mayelana nenkulumo umuntu othizeni ukhethekile lapho-ke wathi uSifiso Zungu-ke lapho-ke kula khona-ke wakhuluma khona-ke ukuthi ngesikhathi ade khona bekhona-ke emakhaya le eKZN-ke kade khona-ke noma kade behlanganele endaweni eyodwa noma kade khona kumcimbi kade ukhona-ke lapho-ke noma umsebenzi kade ukhona-ke futhi ngesikhathi kusenzeka lokho-ke bese uyasho khona zathi umnumzana kuGwabeni naye-ke wakhuluma lokho bese ngathi wathi na ngesikhathi bekabuyile futhi la eGoli-ke ekhona-ke ngaphansi
and he is as well, my lord, related to accused number 1 as well. Yes, that's my response, my lord.
Thank you. Now, the following paragraph reads, the accused was further linked with circumstantial evidence, wherein minutes after the incident made disclosures and remarks at a family gathering he attended in forceful races to the killing of Senzo, even before the death was reported in the media.
Bathi-ke khona-ke umsola yena-ke lona kade uqhumana necala lelo lokubulala kade bephethe ufakazi okhethekile mayelana naye-ke yena-ke wakhuluma ngemuva nje kwemzuzwana ngemuva kokuthi kwenzeke isigameko lesi bese wakhuluma khona njalo kuhlanganele umndeni khona-ke lapho-ke lapho-ke ngaphansi kwesigodi noma ngaphansi kwendawo yaseFosloras-ke ekhuluma ngokushona kukaSenzo Meyiwa ngaphambi ukuthi udaba lolu-ke luzoqhamuke-ke ngisho kuyintatheli.
That is correct, my lord. Yes, I do recall that.
Thank you. Now, what is the nature of this circumstantial evidence? What is the nature of this circumstantial evidence as referred to this paragraph?
Manje bathi ngabe ithini-ke into yobufakazi lobo enithi kade ufazi obukhethekile ubufakazi obambe kade ninabo-ke mayelana naye?
No, but my lord, there is a witness that actually disposed. There were people who were there on the 26th of October 2014 and who witnessed this activity. And subsequent to that statement, like I said, and I know Mr. Kwabeni was also there on the set day in terms of the activities. Subsequently was supported by Zungu, but there were other Zungus as well, except the policemen. There were other witnesses who were there. So that's my understanding of what transpired on that day.
Negameko ezenzeka ke ngelanga lelo ke khona ke njalo ke khona ke abantu ede bekhona ke kuleya muzi noma kulela khaya ke ibona ke futhi ofakazi abakhona ke futhi ibona ke futhi abantu aba-evidence statement zabo ke noma babhalisa statement zabo ke abantu labo ke futhi asho khona ukuthi kulo mhlangano ke womndeni ede khona ke noma kulokuhlanganela ke komndeni ede khona ke mhlawumbe kwenjabulo noma kumcimbi ke lapho kade ukhona ke kade akhona ke umnumzana uGwabeni ke futhi inkulumo kaMnumzana uGwabeni yona ke ihambisana nenkulumo kaZungu ke lapho ke.
Thank you, sir. Now, the people that you're referring to this Gwabeni, you would agree with me that up until this point, what you are saying about him only constitutes hearsay, not so?
Bathi ngabe uyavumelana nami yini uma ngithi inkulumo kaMnumzana uGwabeni ke akuyona inkulumo eqondile ayizwa yena ke mathupha kepha ke inkulumo awayizwa ngomunye ke umuntu wesibili.
Yes.
No, what I'm saying is what Brigadier Gininda is saying about Gwabeni now. Up until this point, in this court, that information constitutes hearsay.
Bathi ke mina nodaba lokukhuluma ngalo la enkantolo njengamanje ke udaba lakababa uGwabeni ke kuze kufike isikhathi samanje la enkantolo kuyafana ukuthi ufakazi obuzwe ngomunye umuntu.
No, yes, I agree, my lord, because my understanding he has not been called to confirm this affidavit. I agree with that, my lord.
Athi yebo ngiyakuvuma lokho ke ngoba basengakambize ekuthizeni na eze ngaphambi kokusenkantolo azoqinisekisa noma azokwenza isiqiniseko sombhalo wakhe awabhala ngaphansi kwesifungo babisithi affidavit ngolimi lwesingisi.
Thank you. Now, is there any other piece of circumstantial evidence that you're referring to in this paragraph that we've just read?
Manje ngabe khona yini obunye ufakazi obukhethekile malana nale paragraph leli okhulume onwamhlamba onabo ke ongekakhuluma esikhathini samanje?
I can't recall more than that, my lord, at this stage. That was in 2020. So, but I just mentioned this because I can remember.
Athi cha angisakhumbuli ke kahle hle ngoba lokho kwenzeka ngomnyaka ka2020 kathi lokho kuphela akukhumbulayo.
Thank you. Back to the previous paragraph where allegedly accused number one boosted to people in the homeland about his involvement, mentioning the other suspects here or accused. What you have also told this court, or up until this point, you would agree with me that still constitutes, or that also constitutes hearsay, as no one from the homeland up until this point, I don't know what the state's intention, but up until this point, no one from the homeland has come to the court and say, yeah, no, I heard the accused number one saying this and this and this and this, not so?
Athi ke uma sesihlahlele emuva malana nodaba lolu ke la kaMsola uqala la kade akhuluma khona ke kuba khaya bakhe noma kubantu aqhamuka nabo ke ekhaya emakhaya la khuluma khona ngokuthi yena kade enesandla ke malana nalodlame kade belenzile lapho ke ushuthi kulabantu bonkana kade behlanganele kulondaba ekhuluma nabo ke ushuthi akekho noyedwa osele azile ngaphambi kwenkosi enkantolo ke azokhuluma ukuthi yebo mina ke uMsola uqala ngamuzwa ekhuluma lokho ngamuzwa mathupha.
Yes, it is some. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Thank you. Basically, all that has been referred to here also constitutes hearsay, not so?
Athi ke konke lokho kubhaliwe lana usuthi inkulumo wena ke umuntu athi uyizwile ngomunye kepha ke yebo inkulumo umuntu athi uyizwile akanaso isiqiniseko sayo akusinjalo.
Well, my lord, so I suppose they here refers to the people from the homeland. If that is the case, yes. But
Yes.
if only that part, because if it says all under accused number one, there are things that are not hearsay. But yes, with regard to the homelands people, yes, we're in the same page with that, with the minister.
Athi uma ngabe ukhuluma ngabantu eqhamuka nabo ke emakhaya ke ngokuthi bona inkulumo abayizwa ke leyo yebo kuyiqiniso ke lokho makana nalelo phuzu nje kuphela.
Yes, that is what paragraph 1 says. People about in the homeland, that's what I'm referring to.
Athi yebo.
Thank you.
Lapha paragraph 3 ukuthi ke abantu aqhamuka nabo ke emakhaya bakhuluma ngabo ke.
Now, beyond that, what you presented in a form of that memorandum to the office of the DPP against accused number 1. It's a formal confession that he allegedly made to Colonel Mboto, not so?
Suthi ngapha enye ke into owayiletha ke kubantu kuthi labeshushisi suthi confession ke la umsola awayenza ke eyenza kumnumzana uColonel Mboto akusinjalo.
I submitted the whole docket, my lord, and in the docket, that confession taken by Colonel Mboto was there, but it was not a selection of documents. The entire docket was submitted to the DPP.
Athi yena ke lapho ke ngesikhathi bekaya kumahhovisi abashushisa abakhulu ke lapho ke wamikisa idocket lonkana liphelele futhi usho ukuthi konke lokhu okhona kakhuluma ngakho umnumzana edaba la confession kade kuqukethiwe kukhona ngaphakathi kwedocket.
Thank you. Beyond this formal confession that was made to Colonel Mboto, there was also allegedly a pointing out that he also made to Colonel Khatebe. Is that correct?
Bathi ngaphandle nje kodaba le confession sithi khona la kade wathathwa ke umnumzana ke uko Colonel Khatebe ngesikhathi kade ukhomba khona ke ngaba kusinjalo.
Yes, that is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
Now, in terms of what is contained in here, that would be the main evidence, I suppose, against accused number 1.
Ushuthi kuloko kubhaliwe lana kushuthi ubona kufakazo okhethekile noma kufakazo ohamba phambili noma kufakazo okhuluke mayelana nomsola woqala.
No, but my lord, I don't think I'm in a position to say that. What I presented was the entire docket with the statements of the Homelands people, the confessions, everything that we had. As to whether what is now the evidence before this court at this stage, I'm not sure if I'm in a position to answer that, my lord.
Athi ke nakacabanga ukuthi mhlawumbe ngaphansi kwesimo sokuthi kaphendule malana nalombuzo lonke kepha ke ngesikhathi bekamikisa ke docket kuofisa abashushisa abakhuluma kwithimba labashushisa abakhulu ke lapho ke wamikisa ke docket lonkana futhi docket lonkana kade liqukethe kulona ngaphakathi ke udaba le statement zabantu abaqhamuka ke nomsolo oqala ke emakhaya futhi ama confession futhi naloku kade hambile ke yokhomba khona ke lapho ke athi konke lokho kade liqukethiwe ngaphakathi kwelokozana kwe docket.
Thank you, Brigadier. You see that I'm looking at what you presented to the office of the director on which you are requesting them to take a decision on. But let us proceed. Now, in paragraph 3 on the statement, you are saying paragraph 3, subparagraph 3 as well. The evidence explained here in under would indicate that the planning of the offense and gathering after, and gathering after the incident took place at First Lawrence Hostel. Investigation which resulted in evidence under oath revealed that the victim was murdered as a contractual assassination or a hit rather than a robbery that gone wrong. I suppose you cannot dispute what is contained in here. It is what it is, not so.
My apologies, my lord.
On paragraph 3, page 2.
Unfortunately, this is blank at the bottom, so I need to refer from the statement of the witness.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. On the statement that was prepared for me by the state, just read, on page 2 of page 6, page 2 of 6, on paragraph 3.
Yes, I'm there now.
I read from paragraph 3 as well, the paragraphs that states with the evidence explained here in under would indicate that the planning of the offense and gathering after the incident took place at First Lawrence Hostel.
bathi lapho uma ngabe ubuka kwikhasi lesibili ke kule khasi lesithupha ke lapho ngaphansi ku paragraph 3 usho ukuthi ke ufakazi lobo obuchaziwe lana ke ngaphansi ukuthi ngemuva ukuthi kwenzeke lokho lesigameko lesike kuyajangakala ukuthi lokho kade kuhleliwe ke ngemuva ukuthi kwenzeke udlame lokho ke ngesikhathi ade behlanganele ke lapho ke bahlanganela ke lapho ngaphansi kwendawo yase Phosphorus Hostel.
I'm sorry. I went on to read the investigation which resulted in evidence under oath revealed that the victim was murdered as a contractual assassination or a hit rather than a robbery that went wrong.
My apologies. Bathi ke lapho ke ngesikhathi ade besesha icala makade bephenya ke icala lapho ke bathola ukuthi khona kufakazi ade benabo ke ngaphansi kwesifungo ke noma ufakazi kade bekutholile ke kulabantu kade beyizisulu zalokubulawa komuntu ke lapho ke kade kujangakala ukuthi lokubulala kade bekuhlelile ngoba kade bakwenza ngokuthi bona bafike badubule lapho ke ngaphandle kokuthi noma bengakaze babambe inkunzi ke lapho ke noma ngesikhathi ubamba kwapha inkunzi ke kungakaze kuhambe kahle.
Now, before you answer, my question is, this is also what you presented to the office of the DPP, not so?
Bathi ngaphambi ukuthi wena ke uhlomule ke lokho usho ukuthi bona ubufakazi lokho wabumikisa ema-office wabashushisa akusenjalo?
So I'll answer it in this way, my lord. The response to the question, yes, that is correct.
Athi ke malana uzephinda ngale ndlela elandelayo. Uma ephinda kulombuzo athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
And then, but now going back to what I presented to the previous question prior to this one, my lord, insofar as the evidence before court, because I said I'm unable to deal with the issue of the evidence before court because it confines me to this. And I was saying that, my lord, because I do know that subsequent to this, there were cell phone investigations that were done. There was an analyst that was appointed. I also know about the cell phone, the banking records that I've applied for, and I know there were analysis that was done insofar as the activities relating to accused number one. I further know that I embarked during the course of the investigation of his whereabouts around the period of this offense, as the assertion or the alibi I was given is that he was not in the Phosphorus area during the year 2014. And in closing that, to verify or dispute it, investigations were done in terms of his banking activities as well as the traffic department. And that is why now I'm saying, because I was not inside the court, but I know the investigation that I've done, I can't say now the only evidence, because that's how I understood, that really relates to him currently, is the confessions. I'm aware of those investigations, and I know that those witnesses consulted with the state advocate and were subpoenaed.
Sorry, Brigadier, before that gets interpreted, I realize that Mr. Matsanga is having some difficulties in following what you're saying, because you've just said a streamline of things. He keeps on stopping you, and you're not aware that he wants to request you to take it a bit slow.
My apologies.
Yeah.
Should I start?
Yes, please. I'm not sure whether I got everything covered. May he repeat it again. May the witness repeat himself again.
So I'm saying the first part of my response, my lord, I'm saying is that's correct. In the submission to the DPP, that's the first question that advocate Ms. asked me. The second part, and I'm taking him backwards, my lord, because to the previous question where he said the confessions are basically the only evidence that are before this court, and I've said I'm unable to answer that. But I wanted to...
Athi mayelana nophuzu lokuqala lumbuzo ke ukuthi yebo khona ke kunjalo ke kepha uma ngabe ummeli baqhubeke ebuza ukuthi ngabe ufakazi kade anabo okhethekile kudaba le confession nje kuphela ke athi cha ngoba ke khona kunye ufakazi ke anabo ke futhi okhethekile kade aphetheke lapho ke la okay ngakhuluma.
Yes, I said I'm unable to answer that simply because I was not in court. However, I am aware, my lord, that there was investigation done insofar as the alibi of the accused, because I was told accused one specifically was not in Gauteng during the year 2014 when this offense took place, and we had to investigate, and we found bank records as well as transport department records that place him in Phosphorus around 2014 on more than one occasion, my lord.
Athi-ke melana nomsola wokuqala noma malana nofakazi bomsola wokuqala kade bukhethekile kade benabo-ke lapho-ke kuwukuthi bona-ke benza-ke uphenya kwicala noma ukusesha kwicala ngesikhathi ede besesha icala noma kade bephenya-ke icala leli-ke melana naye-ke bathola khona njalo ngesikhathi yena athi ufakazi bekangekho la enkantolo-ke kepha-ke weza ukuthi yena-ke bathi ngesikhathi lesi kusenza-ke udlame loku noma mhlawumbe yebo udlame lolu noma mhlawumbe ukushona kokwamufi yena kade angekho lana-ke egoli noma kule province lana-ke eGauteng kepha-ke uthi yena-ke benza-ke lapho-ke usesha kwicala la bathula khona-ke ama-download wocingo lwakhe-ke futhi kade kune-analyst lapho-ke bebheka malana namabhange wakhe ukuthi ngabe kade kuphi-ke ngabe imali kade ayifaka kuphi ayikhipha kuphi nendawo futhi nesikhathi ade uvusela futhi amaphepha kokushayela-ke imoto-ke lapho-ke license traffic department bathola ukuthi ngesikhathi somnyaka 2014 kade yakhona-ke lana-ke kwindawo yasegoli noma ngaphansi kwindawo yasegoli.
And I also said, my lord, I do know that the cell phone analyst Kenneth Stein did some analysis, on his cell phone records, and further to that these witnesses did consult with the state, and I know that they testified. The unfortunate thing I'm saying, because I'm being asked about evidence, that I was not in court, so but I know that this is what we uncovered during the investigation, and those witnesses testified court. We have to subpoena them.
Athi-ke lapho-ke khona-ke ofakazi ade bekhethekile noma ofakazi ade besebenza malana nodaba lolo noma kade besesha kucala malana nodaba oluthizeni la kume khona komnumzana uKenneth Stein ukuthi yena kade yena-ke sesha malana nodaba olucingo noma umakhalekhukhwini-ke kamsolwa-ke lapho-ke futhi uyazala ngaphambi kokuthi enkantolo-ke wazofana nofakazi bakhe futhi athi bona-ke ngaphambi ukuthi beze babalethele enkantolo-ke la bahlala khona-ke bathi udikida malana noma bakhulumisana-ke malana nodaba lwecala leli futhi base bathola-ke bababhalela-ke iy'ncwadi ezikhethekile njengabafakazi ukuthi bayomele beze ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo-ke bazoletha ufakazi babo.
But in addition, my lord, Constable Zungu as well, because I'm answering it on the broad terms that the evidence before court. Constable Zungu, as much as his statement was not present here, but I do know that he gave his statement later, and he came to testify as well.
Athi nanoma-ke umnumzana uConstable Zungu isengakaze sifike ngesikhathi statement sakhe-ke lapho-ke uyasho ukuthi safika ngemuva kwesikhathi kepha naye weza ngaphambi kwenkantolo-ke ezophana ngofakazi bakhe.
But I do not know what was said, my lord, as I said. I only know that in the statement, accused one is implicated, but as to the evidence before court, that is the difficulty that made me say I do not know, but I'm aware of these activities.
Athi-ke malana ufakazi adabulethile la ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo-ke ufakazi uConstable Zungu akazi ukuthi mhlawumbe yena-ke wakhuluma ngani noma yini wayitshela enkantolo nanoma yini angakaze-ke ayilethe noma ayitshele-ke inkosi yenkantolo kepha-ke uyasho khona nje yena kade angekho-ke lapho-ke kepha kuyazi ukuthi unazo isiqiniseko ukuthi kade beshicilela ufakazi bakhe ngesikhathi bekulana-ke ngaphambi kwenkosi yenkantolo eletha ufakazi bakhe.
That's my answer, my lord.
Atona-ke impendulo yakhe leyo.
Brigadier, my question was very simple. The evidence which is explained here under would indicate that the planning of the offense and gathering after incident took place at Flores Hostel, number one. Okay, let's stop it there. Is this what you also presented in your memorandum to the DPP's office?
Bathi-ke uhlelo lwabo lokuthi bahlanganeleke kwindawo ngaphansi kwendawo yaseFosloras ehosteleke ngemuva kokwenza ubugebengu loku-ke ngabe mhlawumbe lokho wakuchaza noma wabatshela-ke abantu noma abashushisa noma ithimba labashushisi abakhulu ngesikhathi kade umikise i-presentation yakho khona kuma-office wabo.
That is correct, my lord. And it's based on the statement in the docket that indicates that the accused were seen before in the hostel, they left, and then they were seen coming back. That is now away from the confessions, and I'm talking about witnesses who places them there and describes the car driven by accused number 5 and then leaving and then subsequently then coming back afterwards, my lord.
Athi yebo malana nodaba lwe-statement-ke olukhona-ke la kule docket eli-ke athi bakhona-ke ofakazi la abakhulume khona ukuthi bababona-ke bonkana abasola kade behlanganele kwindawo yasehostele eFosloras futhi babona-ke bese bahamba-ke lapho-ke ngesikhathi bebamuka khona kade beshayela-ke imoto leyo kade begibele kuyona noma beshayela kuyona-ke kade ishayelwa-ke umsola wesihlanu-ke lapho-ke futhi aphinde babona-ke uma beqhamuka bebuye. Athi lolo daba lolo lukhona-ke mayelana lukhona ngaphakathi kwi-statement.
Thank you. Now, whose statement are you referring to? The one you've just mentioned now.
Manje kumbuzo ukuthi ngabe ukhuluma ngestatement esakhe abanike malana naleliphuzu kodwa ukhuluma ngalo manje.
Kwabeni, my lord, in the central, I can just think of him in the top of my head. But I know that there were others as well. It's just that I don't want to mention incorrect because it's a bit and pieces. But Kwabeni was there, and I think a gentleman by the name of Makosonke. I just don't know to what extent does it describe them. But Kwabeni in particular, I know that it describes the car. And he mentions the accused as well, my lord.
Athi lapho ke malana nofakazi amkhumbulayo ngomcabango wakhe umnumzana ke uGwabeni ke kepha akakhumbula akanawo umkhumbulo oqondile ncamashi nabanye ke ufakazi abaletha ke statement noma ababhalile lokho ku statement zabo ke futhi athi khona ke umunye umuntu esothizini abambiza ngokuthi uMakhosonke ke naye futhi ngaphakathi kwestatement sakhe ke athi lokho kukhona.
Now, thank you. Now, we had already dealt with the situation of Mr. Kwabeni, not so? That everything that you said up until now constitutes hearsay.
Athi sesikhulumile ke ngomnumzana ke uGwabeni ke ukuthi manje inkulumo ekhuluma njengamanje ke kona inkulumo eqondile umuntu mhlamba owazi wafika wenza isiqiniseko sayo ngaphambi konkesenkantolo kepha inkulumo yena ozokomunye umuntu akusenjalo.
Yes, we dealt with his position, my lord.
Thank you, sir.
Yebo sesiqedile ke ngesimo sakhe.
Thank you, sir. Now,
As a court, please, my lord, I know I'm a bit late in making this objection, but it must be borne in mind that the statement of Mr. Sfiso Zungu, also known as Gwabeni, was there in the docket. As to what would happen at the later stage, that would have been unknown to anyone, but his statement was there. It's not hearsay. When the DPP took a decision, his statement was there in the docket. So it's unfair to say to this witness that it's hearsay. At the time, because counsel is specific, he's referring to at the time when the DPP took a decision, the statement was there.
I accept that, my lord. Most certainly, because we now at the decision-making process. Indeed, I do accept it. I plead no contest to the objection.
Kade ke lapho ke ihlangothi lethimba labashushisi linqaba lithi khona ke ngesikhathi umnumzana akakhulumile inkulumo kuyiqiniso lapho ke ngesikhathi akade abuza mana nodaba lwestatement zokuthi le nkulumo ufakazi akhuluma ngayo njengamanje alethe ufakazi bayo ukuthi kuyinkulumo ayizwe ngomunye ke umuntu kepha umuntu wayizwe kuyena basanga kababizi noma abantu labo ke basanga ezingaphambi kwesenkantolo bazophana ngofakazi babo ke lapho ke kepha ihlangothi noma yabo ihlangothi lethimba labashushisi lakunqaba lokho ke lithi ngesikhathi ke isinqumo kade sithathwa ke lapho ke ehhovisi labashushisi ke lapho ke istatement saka mnumzana uSifiso Zungu kade sikhona ke ngaphakathi kwedocket leli bese kumele uthi akuvuma lokho kunjani.
Yes, I do. I plead no contest. Thank you. Then the next paragraph says, investigation which resulted in evidence under oath revealed that the victim was murdered as a contractual assassination or a hit rather than a robbery or a robbery which went wrong. Now, this is also the evidence that you also presented, not so?
Bathi ke ufakazi lobu ubona ufakazi owabunikisa ngesikhathi usiya lapha kuvisa abashushisi oyenza uhlelo lo-presentation yakho ke yebo presentation yakho lapho ke la uthize khona ke ngesikhathi bengiphenya lapho ke ngemuva ukuthi ngiphenya ke icala leli ke nathola ufakazi lo kade khona ngaphansi kwesifungo ke bese baveza ukuthi lakhe isulu esashona ke lapho ke sashona ngenhloso ngembangela ukuthi kade besidubulile lapho ke noma kade yebo sidutshilo vele kepha kade bengasibambi inkunzi noma ubambe inkunzi wakhona akaze kuhambe kahle akusenjalo yini?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Thank you. Now, what would have been the basis of this submission to the office of the DPP on the paragraph that we've just read?
Bathi manje malana nale migqo emibili noma mhlawumbe paragraph esiqede kuyifunda ke ngabe kade kuyisihlahla siphiwe lesikade sikwenze ukuthi uletheke ipresentation yakho ngaphansi kwalo daba.
My lord, I think the kick-off point would have been the confessions of both accused 1 and 2, which is very clear in explicit that the trigger point was Ms. Kelukumala.
Bathi ke bona ke lapho ke kungemuva kokuthi kade khona ke ama confessions la umsola woqala futhi nomsolo wesibili abakhuluma khona ke futhi ngesikhathi bekhuluma kuma confession abo kula bathola khona ke inkulumo lezo ke malana nodaba la kaMama uKelly Khumalo.
I think that's what I could recall, my lord. But I do know as well that there were cell phone linkages of Miss Kelly Khumalo with accused 5. The issue of the bag, the see-through bag on accused 3 cell phone linked to Mr. Longo and Miss Kelly Khumalo. So it was. I'm just saying to summarize that when this assertion was made, investigation followed, and numbers that were also not revealed. That is now according to the report from the analyst by Miss Kelly Khumalo, where then I was briefed on that regard. So that was basically why one then said, based on the evidence, it is a contractual killing.
Athi ke lapho ke imbangela ukuthi bona ke lapho ke kudubula kade bekwenze ngokwenhloso futhi beqonde ukuthi bakwenzeke lo dubulo kade belenza lapho ke kungemuva ukuthi bathuleke lapho bethwebule khona ke ulwazi mhlawumbe imininingwane yakhe khona ngaphakathi kucingo lokaKelly Khumalo la xhumana kade axhumana khona ke nomsola wesihlanu ke lapho ke futhi nolongwe lapho ke yaqhuma khona nje athi khona ke enye inamba ngesikhathi analyst behlezi phansi mhlawumbe nomuntu kade esebenza kulomkhakha ukuthubula ke ucingo mhlawumbe uxhumana kade khona phakathi kwabantu lapho ke engakaze athola inamba ethize lezi kade kuyinamba zakabanike athi lapho ke bona ufakazi babo kade benabo futhi kade kufakazi obukhethekile.
So if I follow you, I could have missed a thing or two, but the essence of what you're saying is the basis for this argument in your submission to the office of the DPP in the form of the memorandum was largely on account of what was contained in the confessions.
Athi ke imbangela noma mhlambe umsindo wesihlahla dunawo ke owenza owakuphoqa ukuthi uthatheke phezulu umikise uthatha udaba lolu ke ulumikise ulipresenta ke ngaphambi kwethimba labashushisi ukuthi kade uhambisa ulalele noma uzweke ama confessions.
It was based on all the evidence, my lord, that was supporting the confessions at that time. As I've said, that was said, and then subsequent, then there was things that were discovered, like I'm referring to the communications that links accused 5 and Miss Kelly Khumalo, which one could not understand, could not get a reasonable explanation as to what is their relationship, because one could establish that they are not related professionally or otherwise. So it was not an isolated incident of just the confessions.
Athi yebo ke lapho ke kepha ngeke akuvumeke ukuthi kungemuva kodaba lama confessions futhi udaba lama confessions kade luhambisana nofakazi lwestatement kade lukhona ke lapho ke futhi nocwaningo lwabo ke noma kusesha kwecala labo la kade ngesikhathi besesha khona icala labo ke bathola ukuxhumana kade khona ke phakathi koKelly Khumalo futhi nomsola wesihlanu ke lapho ke kepha ngesikhathi ethola ukuxhumana kwenkulumo yabo ke lapho kade bengathuli ukuthi bona ke ngabe bahlobene kanjani ke lapho ke ngoba abahlobene ngothi mhlambe bazalwa umuntu wethu mhlambe ihlobo zokuthi bazalwa endaweni eyodwa ke futhi noma ukuthi mhlambe ahlangana ngomkhakha mhlambe wezamabhizinisi noma wani ke lapho ke bisathi kungakho ke bona ke bahamba benza ucwaningo lwabo ke lokuphenya kwecala.
So you're basically saying, if I'm following your narrative, is that there was a communication link that was identified by Ira Steinohouse, Colonel Steinohouse, which linked the accused number 5 and Kelly Khumalo, and investigation revealed that they were not related, they did not know each other, the things that you've just mentioned now, and then on the basis of that alone, or not really alone, but as a basis of that, the inference grew that this could have been an assassination, a contractual assassination or a hit.
Bathi ke ngemuva kokuthi ngabe athumele ngabe uzwe kahle hle nje eqondile uma ngabe uthi wena ke kungemuva ukuthi mhlawumbe lapho uColonel Stein noma uColonel Ross kungemuva ukuthi atwathola ukuxhumana noma inkulumo kade khona phakathi ukuxhumana komsola wesihlanu ke lapho ke futhi noKelly Khumalo kepha yena angazi mhlawumbe baxhumaniswa yini noma mhlawumbe bahluba yini benze baxhumane ngoba kade bengezizwe ke ihlobo noma kade kungabona abantu mhlawumbe bomndeni mhlawumbe umzala nomzala mhlawumbe umuntu nodadewabo noma umuntu nomfowabo futhi wathola ukuthi khona kade bekhulumisana isikhathi esiningi ngabe akusenjalo.
Well, partly true, my lord. What I've said is I don't think I said they don't know each other. I don't think I would have been able to say that. What I said, in the investigation, we could not establish the relationship that we could justify. For example, that they know each other because they are related, for example, or they are in the same profession, or there's something that is explainable as to how they met. I could not find that in the course of the investigation to say, why will these people talk to each other? Because the evidence from the expert was that they can place the communication between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and accused 5 more than one occasion. And I could not get a justification. It would have been a different situation if investigation revealed, for example, that they were both in the singing profession. Logic will dictate that they will talk. I'm referring to that. Or they are related, and logic will detect that at some time they will talk. I'm saying we could not find it, but I'm not saying they do not know each other, because I can't say that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Athi-ke na akusemagama wakhe encamashiwa ukhulumile ukuthi bona-ke kade bangazani, ngoba-ke athi ngesikhathi kade besenza-ke uhlelo lwabo noma kade benza besesha icala noma bephenya-ke icala, bathola ukuthi kade khona-ke inkulumo kade khona phakathi komswala wesihlanu-ke futhi noKelly Khumalo, la kade bengakhulumile nje isikhathi esisodwa, futhi kade bekhulumeke amahlandlo amaningi futhi amahlandlo ahlukene-ke lapho-ke, futhi kade lokho athi bakuthola ngesikhathi kade besesha-ke icala. Athi nakakaze asho ukuthi mhlawumbe nina-ke ngabe mhlawumbe nihlobene, or mhlawumbe unalo ulwazi ukuthi ngabe nihlobene, mhlawumbe ngabe nihlobo, mhlawumbe nizalwa umuntu oyedwa, mhlawumbe nabazala, mhlawumbe umuntu udadewabo noma umuntu nomfowabo. Kepha kuyasho ukuthi khona njalo yena akakaze akuthole futhi ngesikhathi, abakaze bakuthole kuze kufike isikhathi samanje uthi mhlawumbe ngabe nani kumkhakha owodwa-ke, ngoba noma yini isizathu kade sinenza ukuthi niqhumane noma nikhulume ikhathi eyiningi.
Now, Brigadier, you said in your earlier explanation that you could not get a reasonable explanation for the contact between Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5. Who did you approach for this explanation?
Bathuthize yona umnumzana uBrigadier yona awukaze usitholeke isizathu esikhethekile senza ukuthi baxhumane-ke labantu laba-ke. Ngabe manje lo lwazi oluthole kuphi-ke?
My lord,
No, what I'm saying is, who he says, I'm sorry, Mr. Matsanga.
My apologies,
Yeah.
counsel.
He is saying he could not get a reasonable explanation why Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5 would contact each other telephonically. Now the question that I'm now asking him is, who did he himself, the Brigadier, approach for that explanation?
Bathi manje ukhulumile ukuthi wena-ke awukaze kusithole isizathu noma ingcazelo lesizathu esikhethekile sokuthi ngabe kungani umswala wesihlanu bekaxhumana noKelly Khumalo, noma kade kungani uKelly Khumalo bekaxhumana nomswala wesihlanu-ke lapho-ke. Manje lo nkulumo ukuthi wena-ke usangakakuthole lokho, ngabe ukuthole kuphi?
So, my lord, the investigation revealed that. I didn't refer to an individual. I said during the course of investigation, we could not find it. But perhaps one needs to go perhaps deeper as well. The other difficulty that one could not explain, insofar as the report I got from the analyst, is that even the number, because the gadget that was downloaded by the police is the one of Ms. Kelly Khumalo. And then this number that relates to accused number 5, where now they established this link, the report I got is that it was deleted. They had to recover it. And that, in addition to this difficulty of understanding, to say, but why would you, an offense has happened in your vicinity, the police wants the device, obviously, to see if they can assist with the investigation. A specific number is deleted back then in 2014. Subsequently, fast-tracking to 2020, we are now aligned with accused number 5, whom that number is the one that was deleted and recovered later.
Athi-ke lapho-ke into wena esemqoka noma into engathi ithanda ukubandakanya kancane lapho-ke ukuthi malana nodaba lwe-report noma iy'phuma kade zikhona-ke lapho-ke qhamuka kwi-analyst lelo-ke umuntu osebenza ngaphansi kohlelo noma mhlawumbe ngaphansi kwalo mkhakha ukuthi athwebuleke inkulumo phakathi kwabantu abaphakathi komuntu oyedwa futhi nomunye umuntu wesibili-ke lapho-ke athi kuwukuthi ngesikhathi kade qeda ukwenzeka ngesikhathi athola-ke i-gadget lena-ke kuwukuthi bathola ukuthi lapho-ke phakathi kocingo lwaKelly Khumalo khona-ke inkulumo edilithiwe lapho-ke phakathi kwakhe nomsolo wakhe lapho-ke futhi athi kade kunzima lokuthi izini bathola ukuthi ngabe kungani-ke le nkulumo eseyidilithiwe. Athi kepha bagcina bayithola-ke ngemuva kwesikhathi, ngemuva kokuhamba kweminyaka-ke lapho-ke leyo nkulumo ngesikhathi kade bezama futhi ukuthi baphinde bayithwebule noma bayidownload-ke lolo lwazi lolo-ke.
Thank you, Brigadier. I will not dwell into this alleged communication between Kelly Kumalo and accused number 5, neither would I confirm that it actually happened. All that I can say in closing this piece, this one. Number 1 is
athi kumpeli ngeke aqinise kabanzi kulolu daba lonke lonkuluma kaMsola futhi ephakathi komsola wesihlanu ke futhi noKelly Khumalo kepha kunodaba noma iphuzu angathanda abuye alikhuluma uma aqedelayo lo daba lakhe paragraph bese athi iphuzu loqala elilandelayo.
there was a serious challenge with regard to the testimony, I think, of Colonel Stein with regard to that piece of information.
athi kade khona ke isimo noma mhlawumbe inkinga kade khona ke lapho ke mayelana nomnumzana uColonel Stein mayelana nodaba lolwazi lo.
Please, my lord. It's unfair to put that question to the witness without laying the basis for that question. We submit that question should be ruled out until counsel lays down the basis of what he calls the challenge with regard to the evidence of Colonel Stein.
Manje ke hlangothi
And this is the court, my lord.
manje ke hlangothi lezombuso lanqaba ukuthi ummeli aqhubeke nalombuzo kade awubuza noma nale nkulumo kade ayikhuluma ukuthi kade kunenkinga kade khona ke phakathi komsebenzi kaMnumzana Colonel Stein mayelana nodaba lokuthubula ke ulwazi noma inkulumo kade khona ke phakathi kwalabantu laba athi ihlangothi lezoshushiso kumele ukuthi ummeli aqale achaze izathu zakhe zokuthi kungani efuna ukukhuluma ngale nkulumo.
My lord, I don't know whether I should proceed or should I wait for the court to make a
No,
ruling.
proceed. Let's make this point, Mr. Baloyi. He says
Yes.
he purport to state that there was a serious challenge
Yes,
to the evidence that there was communications between Kelly and accused number 5.
yes.
He says you must put a basis there because according to him, it's a bare denial.
Thank you, my lord. The reason why I'm saying this is it is because and I don't want to taint somebody else. It is because the defense was able to identify that there were discrepancies in the cell phone records or in the information that was contained in the affidavit of Colonel Stein with regard to the numbers that he referred to as having been Kelly's number and accused number 5's number.
Athi ke isathu sokuthi akhulume le nkulumo lekuwukuthi mayelana nohlelo noma mayelana nodaba lonkulumo wayibhala umnumzana uColonel Stein kade khona ke okungalungile mhlawumbe ongaqondile ke lapho ke uma akhuluma ke ngenombolo zaka Kelly Khumalo futhi nenkulumo kade khona ke phakathi Kelly Khumalo futhi nomsola wesihlanu ke lapho.
Please, my lord, there's no such evidence. We recalled Colonel Stein and his evidence is clear. There's no such defects as counsel is put into the witness. In any case, that point should be left for argument and not put to this witness.
Please the court, my lord, his evidence definitely is not here, but well, in any event, this witness wasn't there.
And as I listen to the evidence,
Yes.
maybe it's a question of language. Mr. Baloyi, you want to say there's no countervailing evidence?
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah, we only have an expert's evidence from the state, and I don't want to argue the state's case. You, the defense, you have made denials, etc., fine. But you never produced any countervailing evidence up to now. And it's not that you're not going to. Maybe you're going to. But I'm just saying, according to how I understand the denial.
But my lord, it is again not entirely accurate to say that this evidence is here when we were able to identify, the defense was able to identify that there were discrepancies in that evidence. I wonder if the court still remember that little table.
I remember everything.
Everything
about this case.
Yes,
Everything.
that little table in the affidavit of Colonel Stein, where on one part of the
Yeah, it
evidence...
was about 5 numbers there. Is that not so?
No, my lord. There were not 5
The
numbers.
communication was based on 5 numbers.
No, what I'm
Okay,
saying...
let's leave it.
Yes, what I'm
Because-
saying, my lord, is that in one part of his affidavit, the same information is twisted. In one part of his affidavit is not similar to what is contained in that little table. So that cannot be said to be a clear evidence. But nonetheless, Brigadier Gininda, I don't think you're privy to that information, you see. So you are excused from answering that question, because in any event, when that argument ensued here at court, I don't think you were inside here.
Athi mana nodaba lokho la kaMnumzana Colonel Steyn ukuthi yena ke malana neparagraph yakhe akade ayibhalile inombolo ezikhethekile inombolo ade zikhona ke locwaningo lakhe kade alenza ke lomsebenzi ke lapho ke athi inkulumo ekhona ke lapho ke kade ingahambisana inkulumo awayibhala ngaphansi kwesifungo ke noma ngaphansi kohlelo babezithi affidavit ulimi lesingisi ke kephathi uMnumzana Brigadier ke akavumeleki lapho ke uthi amdedele ukuthi angaphenduli noma angakhulumi lutho mayelana nale nkulumo yakhe.
Are you excusing this witness not to answer, Mr. Mason?
Well, I'm only trying to
No, let him answer, because this
I'm only
witness...
trying to be fair.
Yeah, wait.
Okay.
I'm listening to all the evidence.
Yes.
This witness argued with you, for instance, concerning the DNA expert evidence. Is that not so, sir?
It is true, my lord.
Maybe, I don't know. So he says you mustn't answer because he doesn't think you know about that evidence concerning the discrepancies or the forgeries, as it was said, about the numbers which were identified by Steyn as belonging to Kelly and accused number 5, and that they communicated on the 15th of October 2014 and on the 8th of August 2014.
Exactly,
I
my
remember the evidence.
Yes, exactly.
Listen.
But he can answer.
Yes, he must answer.
Bese manje inkosi enkantolo ithi hayi abamvumele ufakazi aphenduleke malana nale nkulumo ukuthi ke ufakazi bakaMnumzana Steyn kade kuufakazi bamanga futhi kade khona ke ungahambi kahle ungaqondile ncamashima nofakazi bakhe lokho kade abulethileke. Bese inkosi enkantolo yabuya futhi yasho ukuthi khona ufakazi lona kunezibuzo imibuzo malana nodaba lwama DNA test okade lenziwe lapho ke uchwepheshe umuntu osebenza ngama DNA test bese athi ufakazi yebo ngaphendula lapho ke bese athi khona ke njalo inkosi enkantolo yakhumbula malana nalo ufakazi lobo ke la kade khona ke uMnumzana uColonel Steyn wathi khona ke baxhumana uKelly Khumalo nomsola wesihlanu ke ngelanga la nge-18 zaka October ngomnyaka 2014 bese babuya futhi baxhumana futhi okwesibili ke ngelanga la nge-8 zaka August ngomnyaka 2014 umelweni athi yebo uyakhumbula lokho ke manje bazolipha ufakazi isikhathi sokuthi athi ukuphendula kulokho.
So, my lord, perhaps let's start with the numbers. The number belonging to Miss Kelly Khumalo, it's a 082 number. And that number, it's even contained in her statement that she made initially to the police, that this is her number. So there's no dispute as to who's the owner, because in her initial statements, when she was giving a statement to the police, you find that number. You actually find 2 numbers, but the second one is what we term the runaway phone. That is a 072 number that was allegedly taken by the intruders. But the number in question that is relevant in this call, it's a 082, and that is a number that was downloaded by the police, that was not taken, and that number is contained in her affidavit. That is the starting point.
Athi ke la soqala khona soqala kodaba leyinombolo zocingo lakhe ke lezi eqala ngo-082 athi ke ngesikhathi bekabhala istatement sakhe ke uKelly Khumalo inombolo lezi wawatshela amaphoyisa kwistatement sakhe malana nodaba lweyinamba lezi ke kepha ke inombolo zocingo lakhe lesibili ke lapho ke lezi eqala ngo-072 inombolo zakhona ke wathi yena ke icingo lakhona ilolu olamuka noma olwahamba ke negebungu lezi ke ngesikhathi athi zigijima zihamba lapha kulomuzi ngemuva kwesigameko.
This is Now, this number was contained, my lord, as I said, in this gadget, this handset that was downloaded, and in that handset, that is where now the number, the 073 number 305, I just forgot the last 4 numbers, linked to accused number 5 was found.
Athi lapho ngesikhathi ade bethubula ke inkulumo noma amacingo aqhamuka noma kade aphuma ke kule nombolo ezilandelayo ke iqala ngo-0730005 athi kula khona ke waqhamuka khona ke ucudaba le nombolo lezi ke noma inkulumo lena ke eqhamuka phakathi kwale nombolo kaKhili Khumalo futhi nomsola wesihlanu ke lapho.
Now,
Sorry, so that everybody can understand you. When you say the number was contained in the handset, whose handset?
Ms. Khili Khumalo.
Okay.
Uma ngaba uthi number kade khona ke kulo cingo lolu ngabe ukhuluma ngoluphi ucingo athi ucingo lo kaKhili Khumalo.
Okay.
Now, the number now that was recovered after there was an attempt to delete it, but then the expert recovered that number, and that number, as I said, my lord, is a 073 that is linked to accused number 5.
Athi ke inombolo ezikade zidilithiwe noma kade bezicishile kulo cingo lolo ke kepha ke uchwepheshe ubuya wazithola ke ngaphansi kwe gadget lakhe ngesikhathi bakasenza kuphenya kwecala lakhe ke athi inombolo zakamsola wesihlanu ke lezo ke eqala ngo-073.
And in the briefing I got my number, this is the number that communicated with Ms. Khili Khumalo both in August and October using data, not normal line. That's the briefing I got.
Athi ke ngesikhathi bekathola ke inkulumo eqhamuka kulo chwepheshe kadadona athwebula ke inombolo lezo ke kuukuthi yona nombolo eyashayela ke lapho ke uKhili Khumalo lezi ayihla amahlandlo amabili ke ngomnyaka 2014 ngenyanga kaOctober futhi ngenyanga kaAugust.
Now the link of this number to accused number 5, my lord, you will find it in his profile. I'll start there because that's what we had as early as 2020 when we had sites on him, my lord.
Athi ngesikhathi ade phetheke ulwazi ngaphansi komsola wesihlanu ke lapho ke inamba lezi athi inombolo lezi ke zikhona ke ngaphansi kweprofile yakhe komsola wesihlanu.
You will further find it in some of his bank statements which we recently discovered, my lord, and disclosed. I think it's Capitex, Standard Bank, that number is listed there, as well as in some of the traffic registrations where NATIS captures. So that number under his name, under his ID number, that number is there. It actually even appears on the exhibit which I dealt with in this court when Advocate Mshorolo was leading me about the traffic fines that he got, you know, where it was, whether it was relevant to this date or not. If you go there, you will see that this is the number under his initials, surname, and ID number. That is the number that appears. So there is no doubt that the number is his, my lord, or is associated with his particulars.
Athi futhi inombolo akukho okuyingabaza ukuthi inombolo lena ke siqhumene ke futhi nomsolo wakhe lapho ke ngoba ke uma ngabe beshake inombolo zakamazisi ke womsolo wakhe lapho ke inamba lezi yaqhamuka lezi ushingisho futhi kumabhange wakhe ibhange laseCapitec ibhange laseStandard Bank ke futhi lapho kuma traffic fines. Athi futhi ngesikhathi lesi kade abuzwa ke imibuzo umama umshololo khona ummeli okumshololo kumama lenkantolo ke waqhamuka lezo ukuthi inombolo zevele ke kade ziqhamukile lapho ke ngesikhathi bebambuza nodaba kade ibuza ke ufakazi ngodaba lama traffic fines noma ticket fine kamsolo wakhe lapho.
But what is also prudent to mention, my lord, is that the same gadget of Ms. Khili Khumalo, in the same downloads, there is also a link in terms of the see-through back money that goes to accused number 3.
My apologies, my lord. Can the witness repeat again?
There's a link by means of a see-through bag containing money, linking accused number 3.
Athi futhi khona ke isikhwama lapho kade ukhona ukubona phakathi kusona ke futhi kade sinemali isikhwama kade sixhumanisa uKhili Khumalo futhi nomsola wesithathu.
No, wait, Brigadier Gininda. Don't forget that I also represent accused number 3. What did you just say there?
I'm saying, in addition, I've dealt now with the calls, so I'm saying
Yes.
the same gadget of Ms. Khili Khumalo.
Yeah.
In it, when they did the download, a see-through bag containing money
Yes.
was found.
Yes.
Now, that bag is also found in the cell phone gadget of accused number 3 as well as Mr. Longwetwala.
So, just to understand you, so it means there's a resemblance of what was found, the pictures that were found in Kelly's phone, and the pictures that were found in accused number 3, and the pictures that were found in Longwe's phone are similar of that see-through back money.
Athi kumele ujobelela futhi ke lapho khona ke isikhwama umuntu kade akhona ukubona phakathi kusona ke isikhwama leso kade ke sinemali futhi ngaphakathi kocingo lokwakhile ukhumalo kade khona ke isithombe salesikhwama lesi ke futhi noma ucingo lakamsola wesithathu ke nalapho ke kade sikhona ke isithombe sisodwa ke lapho ke futhi nangaphakathi kocingo lapho noma kuyithombe kade sikhona phakathi kocingo lokalongwe ke kade kukhona ke lapho ke manje ummeli akuthi ngabe umzwe kahle kufakazi uma athi isithombe lesi kade sikhona ke kule kocingo lolu lokwakhile ukhumalo futhi umsola wesithathu futhi nolongwe ke usuthi isithombe sisodwa lesonto.
My Lord, that is contained in the statement of Colonel Stein, where he says a similar bag is found in the following gadget, and that is the report, the brief I got from him.
Athi lokho ke khona ke ngaphakathi kwestatement saka mnumzana okhona lesitelo ukuthi ngesikhathi kaphethe ukathola ucingo loloke ulwazi owafica lokhona ngaphakathi kocingo lolo ukuthi ngesikhathi bekezicwaningo lwakhe noma ukusesha kuphi noma ukuphenya kwecala lakhe phakathi komakhalekhukhwini noma kweucingo lomuntu othizeni ukhele khumalo wathola okuthize okufana ncamashi nakucingo lakamsola wesithathu futhi nakucingo lakwalongo.
Now, when I say link to accused number 3, my Lord, the number, the gadgets that I'm referring to, it is the gadgets that was seized from him according to the statement, or allegedly, let me use that, allegedly seized from him under Cleveland case 96 of 2, 2015 by Masondo as well as Sergeant Constable Dlamini, then when they arrested him. So you have a direct link because then it's alleged that it was found in his possession, and subsequent to his downloading we even dealt with the photos that were found inside.
Athi ukhumule kuma ngabe ekhuluma ngomswala wesithathu noma esithi noma esho umswala wesithathu ngamashi noma ngokhethekile ke lapho ke athi ukhumule ukuthi ngaphansi kwecala lakhe lapho ke Cleveland kukhona la ngesikhathi kade aboshwa khona ke bathatha kumakhalekhukhwini noma ucingo lwakhe ke ngesikhathi kade bona bethwebula ke kade eboshwa ke lapho ke umnumzana uMasondo futhi nomnumzana uDlamini ke uyasho khona njalo ufakazi ukuthi ngesikhathi bona kade besenza ke ukusesha kwecala ukuphenya kwecala labo lapho ke ngesikhathi kade bethubula kukhona ngaphakathi ocingweni kulabathola konke lonke.
Sorry. I'm just reminding myself. Did Stein talk of an XBY process? In other words, the police, if you buy a furniture, that's how he put it. If you buy a furniture on credit, they take your name, your address, your ID number, and then you get a ticket, for instance, etc., or you are charged in another case. The police have a means of extracting.
Yes,
that
is correct.
What did he call that process? XDS. That's it.
That's the system that he used, my Lord.
XDX process by the police.
Now, my Lord, with due respect, I'm sorry, Mr.
This is what Stein said. That process which he talks about. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, my
Stein
Lord.
refers to it in a scientific name. He says it's an XDX done by the police. That's the evidence I listened to.
Now, I want to fit that XDX explanation that comes into the, that comes from the court. I want to.
It doesn't come from me. Please, it's the evidence of Stein. Unless you say I'm lying.
No, I'm not saying that.
What are you saying when you say it comes from the court?
No, or that's the court referred to now.
I take special attention to relay the facts as I heard them. It's Stein who said that, not me.
Yes.
I'm regurgitating the evidence given by Stein.
Yes, my lord.
Fine.
Yes,
doesn't come from me.
Yes, my lord.
Okay.
Now, my clarification, the point on which I request that I should be clarified on is, this witness is now testifying about the bag that was the see-through bag of money, a picture, not bag of money, a picture of a see-through bag of money that was found in accused number 3's phone, Longwe's phone, as well as Kelly's phone. He says that in the context of testifying about the communication between accused number 5 and Kelly. Now that XDX thing, how does it feature
No, he doesn't
in this evidence?
No. He doesn't communicate about Kelly. He communicates about the numbers. Is that the numbers or the person?
The numbers, madam.
The numbers.
Associated.
He doesn't know Kelly
individuals.
from a bar of soap, but he communicates about the number which he says, not me, which he says it was duplicated between himself and accused number 5 and vice versa. If it's correct, that's what he said, if I recall the evidence, not the person.
That is the explanation that I needed to get, my
Oh, I
lord.
see,
That
okay.
is that XDX thing with regard to the picture of the white bag of money or what? A white bag of money that was, the see-through bag of money that was allegedly accused number 3's phone, Kelly's phone, and Longo's phone.
Bathi manje ke lo hlelo umnumzana uStena ukhuluma ngalo ke ukuthi XDS noma XDS system la abasebenza khona ke noma ngaphansi kwa ithizeni bathole kucwaningo noma bethwebule kucwaningo ngaphansi kwalo ke manje nodaba lwesithombe ke lesa isithombe sesikhwama noma isithombe la kule sithombe kade khona ke isikhwama kade umuntu akhona ubona ngale kwaso ke futhi isithroom uma besibiza ngegama lesingisi isithombe isikhwama sokuthi mhlawumbe yakhona ubona ngale kwaso uma usuka ngaphakathi ke isithombe kade sinemali ke futhi isithombe leso kade sikhona phakathi ucingo lakamsola wesithathu futhi kucingo lakakheli khumalo futhi nolongwe kushuthi ngabe kunjalo yini.
So, my lord, no. I think the advocate needs it. Perhaps let me explain it this way so that it becomes clearer. We are talking about two systems. XDS is a system that will contain the details of an individual, be it, as the court rightfully said, opens a bank with FNB. You submit your details. Those details by the experts who are registered, they can recover and see what number did you give, what address did you give. You buy furniture, as the court has remarked, you will get it. Employment details, you will get it. And in terms of the chronological order, up to the latest information. That is a system that the experts utilize to get the information in terms of your numbers, your addresses, your recent employment, etc., etc. That is now my understanding, the function of that system, which is separate to the second part of the see-through pack that I'm going to come to, my lord.
Athi-ke manje nephuzu lokuqala ke uyathanda ukuthi abuye ke alungise lapho ke futhi alichaze ngokujulile ngale ndlela elandelayo. Athi iphuzu noma indlela uchwepheshe abasebenza ngalo ngaphansi kuka XDS system lapho ke athi kula khona ke uchwepheshe abayimele kulabo bavame ukuthi uma besenza ke ukuphenya kwecala noma ukusesha kwecala kulabo bavame ukuthi basebenzise ke leyo system namhlanje leyo ndlela leyo ke la bathola khona ke uma ngabe umuntu asithi njengenkosi enkantolo la kade nikeza khona isibonelo noma kade eza khona ke isibonelo ukuthi umuntu uthizeni uyahamba mhlawumbe uyovula lapho ibank account kukwane ngaphansi kwebhanka la ka FNB noma uCapitec noma Nedbank athi kulabo bheka khona ukuthi uma ngabe umuntu evula ibank account lapho ngaphansi kwebhanka lapho ke usuka anikisa imininingwane yakhe ethini ke lapho kumfana mhlawumbe inombolo zakamazisi wakhe inombolo zekheli lakhe futhi inombolo zocingo lwakhe athi bavame ukuthi basebenzise leyo system leyo ke uma ngabe senza ke ukusesha noma ucwaningo lwabo malana nodaba lokusesha kwecala lozomsebenzi athi nenoma futhi inkosi enkantolo iphinda yaphanga sibonelo sesibili ke lapho ke la ikhona khona ukuthi asithi umuntu othizeni uyahamba mhlawumbe uya esitolo lesidayisa ke impahla phakathi komuzi amafurniture ngokunokusho ke lapho ke asithi mhlawumbe uma ngabe umuntu ethenga ke ifurniture ethizini mhlawumbe uthenga iTV umabona kude lapho ke noma uthenga ama-couch noma uthenga ama-fridge ke oba ukuthi mhlawumbe uhambe lapho ke usebenza uphatha umazisi wakho futhi inombolo zakamazisi wakho futhi inombolo zekhili la uhlala khona ke athi kulabo asebenza khona ke i-XDS system uma bebisi.
Now, my lord, coming now to the downloads. Now, that is now my understanding and the experience that I have. Downloads comes from the gadget itself. So, in other words, you have to have the handset and then the expert with the expertise.
Brigadier Gininda, there are experts who testified about downloads. They testified in detail. People who have got the expertise, who will not come and say, that is my understanding. The people who will say we have been trained in this. You understand? Simple. The question that I posed to you, the last 15 minutes, was, could it have been so that the relationship or the fact that there was a cell phone contact between accused number 5 and Kelly Khumalo, was that used as one of the reasons to come to a, not really a conclusion, but come to an inference that this was a contractual assassination? I posed that question 15 minutes ago. And then we are now in the gadget, we are now into XDX and all those things. My question was very simple. I'm repeating it again. Could it have been so that the fact that there was this alleged communication cell phone communication between Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5 used as one point to conclude that that this was indeed a contractual assassination, amongst others.
As a court, please, my lord. Counsel asked a question that there was a challenge with Colonel Stein's evidence regarding the communication between accused number 5 and Kelly Khumalo. And the court then said, well, the state objected, and the court said the witness should answer. And the witness is now busy explaining that. Now, counsel stops the witness from explaining that. The very same question that counsel posed. We submit, my lord, that the witness should be allowed to complete his answer regarding the earlier question that was put to the witness.
No, my lord, it does not work out like that. Look, my question is very simple. It does not need expertise on cell phone gadgets or wherever. The question is that, could it have been one of the factors that was taken into account that the cell phone conversation that was allegedly found to exist between Kelly Khumalo and accused number 5 used as a fact to say that this was actually a contractual assassination? That was my question.
There was no such question, my lord. We are still busy with that initial question.
No, the state can't say that there was no such a question. We can play the record, my lord.
Yeah, let's play the record.
Yes.
Because
Let's play the record.
the assassination comes after the question you asked. I mean, the witness wanted to explain about the download.
No,
of the
let us play
gadgets.
the record, my lord. The record is going to
Yeah,
tell
yeah,
us. Let
play
us
it.
not speculate.
Yes,
The record is
I'm not
going to tell us.
speculating. Yes. Mr. Mamalo laughs. I listen to the evidence. I don't speculate.
Because of the lateness of the
Okay,
hour,
yeah,
we can start with it tomorrow morning.
All right.
Oh, sorry.
How long is it going to take you to, hello? to go back and play the question asked by Mr. Nisi and answered by Brigadier Gininda when he says the downloading of the gadgets, etc., etc. Otherwise, let's do it tomorrow, no problem.
Thank you, my lord.
Fine. Okay, tomorrow.
Yes, it's a record. You know what?